administration I want to cover with you because of a couple of items that have come up. So first off, dress code was brought up at the last meeting. And you should know that in committee, we don't have the same standard as we do in the chamber. And so there's a lot more flexibility in that regard. I would, of course, for the reputation of the committee, ask that that you always dress respectfully, but there's no demand for jacket or tie or that kind of thing that's in the chamber. Next is in regards to speaking lists, because that came up as well. When we adjourn a meeting, we will always start the next meeting with a fresh speakers list. If we suspend, that's a different story. Then on a suspension for whatever kind of break, we'll always return back with the existing speaking order. Also, I wanted to let you know as a point of information in regards to the motion that we're dealing with right now, the amended motion that we're dealing with right now. There's a number. Clerk, remind me in the motion it goes back to 2008 for documents. Is that correct? And colleagues, just so you know, the documents that Speaker Spotlight has only date back 7 years. According to CRA guidelines, they just destroyed everything that was earlier date. So they do not have documents older than 7 years old. We can continue on with the motion the way it's worded, or by unanimous consent, we can change the date of the motion to 7 years back. Just again, in order to make sure that Speaker Spotlight is able to be compliant with our recommendation. Lastly, I want you to know that our meeting is scheduled from 11 till 1. And if we go over time, we only have resources from the House of Commons till 5:30 p.m. today. So I will go now to, I see that Mr. Angus, speakers list right now that I have. And you can go ahead electronically, colleagues, because I have it.
Point of order, Chair.
Yeah, go ahead. Point of order, Mr. John.
Hi, Chair. Thank you. Last meeting where I was giving my remarks, I was cut off because the meeting had to adjourn and we have to return to House. And I thought the understanding is that starting the next meeting, I will continue to finish my thoughts and debate on this amendment. Is that your recollection, Chair?
Well, that's why I covered that right up front, Mr. Dong. My recollection was that you were the last one speaking, but when we adjourn a meeting, we start a new meeting afresh. If that was a suspension that we were dealing with and we were returning back, then I would have continued on with the same speaking list.
I'll respect that. Thank you, Chair. That's fine.
It will be consistent.
I'll wait for my turn.
And point of order as well?
Yes, Madam Shanahan.
Yes, Chair, just on the question of the date of the 7 years, what date are we looking at then? And are we looking at a date? Is this an amendment that would have to be brought forward? Just want to clarify that.
No, nothing has to be done to the motion right now. All I'm saying is that for a point of information that Speaker Spotlight could not comply because they don't have anything back earlier than 7 years ago. So, being 2020, it would be 7 years, it would be 2013 that they have records from until today. And I was just making a suggestion that if there is unanimous consent in the committee, we would simply change that date only for respect to Speaker Spotlight so that they could actually comply, because they can't comply right now with the date that we have because they don't have the documents.
And would that be a problem? I mean, clearly when a third-party firm cannot comply with an order, that is a problem?
Well, it's not a problem. We can't obviously make someone do something that they aren't able to accomplish. I'm simply saying that if we did that by unanimous consent, then Speaker Spotlight could comply, and there'd be no question that they weren't complying with the order from the committee. It was just a little bit cleaner, not necessary, but a little bit cleaner.
Understood.
Okay, colleagues, then we will go to Mr. Angus. Oh, actually, Mr. Angus, just a moment. I know that Madam Shanahan's going to want to know the speaking list, and she holds me to account of that very well. Great Vice Chair. It's going to be Mr. Angus, Madam Shanahan, Madam Goudreau, Mr. Dong, Mr. Barrett. That's who I have on right at the moment. Go ahead, Mr. Angus.
Well, thank you, Chair. The issues regarding the Canada Summer Student Service Grant and the Trudeau government, we are now into the coming almost into the 5th month of this issue. I have never, in my 16 years sitting on multiple committees, ever been in a situation where a committee was unable to finish a report that it began. Unable to finish because of continual interference by government members, continual points of order, continual efforts to stop the committee in its work. This is really unprecedented territory. I find this really disturbing now because as the Liberals have been doing everything they procedurally can to stop us from finalizing our report, we learned that the Kielburger Group has engaged in a massive, seems very well paid publicity campaign to counter the work of our committee. They brought in American Foundation money, American spokesmen. And these apparently have hired a number of people doing op-eds and supposed reports to debunk the work of a committee that has been unable to finish its work. I find that very, very troubling for the state of parliamentary democracy, that we are having our hands tied by the Liberals while the Kielburger Group are able to rely on big American donors to take out full-page ads in newspapers, making claims that simply don't add up to what we've already managed to find in the documents. I think this is really concerning because when the issue first came up of the Canada Summer Student Service Grant, we had no interest in going after We Charity. We were not all that interested in their work. We were interested in their connections to the Trudeau government, the deep connections that they had built up, certainly with the Prime Minister's family, the hiring of the Prime Minister's mother and brother, his wife being deeply involved. Was there a connection? That's a legitimate question. We then found out about the deep connections with Bill Morneau, with his family, with the free trips. We then learned that a number of the key ministers who were involved in the decision had been invited to participate in the We Day. So that was our focus, was how did this group that is a supposed charity for children get such an inside track on a deal that is between $500 and $912 million. It was the Kielburger brothers who insisted on coming before committee. It was the Kielburger brothers who insisted on swearing under oath, which is a very extraordinary thing to do. And it was in that testimony that a number of questions began to get raised in my mind about how they run their operations. So I want to speak to this publicity campaign, this disinformation campaign that seems to be very well funded, that is attempting, I believe, to obstruct the work of our committee and to undermine the credibility of the evidence that we've attempted to gather, while the Liberals are doing everything they can to make sure that we cannot present our report. Now, before I get into the various people and who've been hired by those Kielburgers and how it's laid out, what I find very, very surprising to me is a pattern. Again, for a group that is a children's charity, a group that tells really great stories to kids in every school in the country, it seems, they have access to. And yet we find when it comes to their very aggressive approach to their public image, for example, they hired the Republicans' Oppo firm, Firehouse Strategies. So we paid over $600,000 to U.S. political consulting firms, including Firehouse Strategies. Now, that comes from internal revenue sources for the fiscal year ending August 2019, showing the U.S. arm of the Toronto-based charity paid three firms a total of $605,853, including the $130,000 that was paid to Firehouse Strategies. Now, so I don't assume that anybody in our committee is aware of Firehouse Strategy, so I think it's worth illuminating who they are. This was a company started by veterans of Marco Rubio's presidential campaign. And what they claim to do is teach people to do combative media training. I'm wondering now why a child's charity needs to do combative media training done by Republican groups that come out of the Marco Rubio team. But the combative and defensive media training, they say, came out of having learned from the Trump campaign that firm's founders adopted Trump's aggressive methods after he so easily beat Marco Rubio. The quote is, after managing U.S. Senator Marco Rubio's 2016 presidential campaign, and as they say, losing to a reality TV star in the late stages of the primary process, 3 longtime GOP operatives, Terry Sullivan, Alex Connett, and Will Hawley, gave up their campaign trail to start the Washington Public Affairs shop, Firehouse Strategies. Their strategy, here's the kicker, take lessons learned from that wild election cycle, the one in which Donald Trump upended modern communications, and use them to help clients communicate in the modern age. Again, I'm thinking, well, this is a child's charity that tells us they're worried about children in Kenya. Why would they be wanting to use the Donald Trump election strategy that has upended modern communications? So, how was it used? Well, according to the Globe and Mail, last year, before the Firehouse contract came to light, Canada Land, the journal that has raised serious questions about the Kielburger organization, began asking why a number of U.S. Republican consultants had written articles attacking the news outlet and whether it was part of an organized campaign. So one of those Republican operatives who attacked Canada Land is Ben Proler, who worked on the Rubio campaign, and is currently on the board of the U.S. Political Action Committee Maverick PAC, which, quote, provides a platform to engage the next generation of young conservative professionals in business and politics. And this is really interesting. So the media strategy to attack journalists who were raising questions about was that they were, quote, this Canada Land was, quote, adding to Canada's growing fake news fears. Wow. Again, a charity looking after children is hiring a Republican firm to embed newspaper articles in the United States, accusing Canadian journalists of fake news. Now, another place that they managed to get content was through Zachary Almond, a former chair of the North Carolina Federation of College Republicans and a former political consultant to Representative Robert Pittenger. Now, so he was one of Rubio's key people in the North Carolina campaign. And in November 2018, Mr. Almond wrote an article for Red State, a U.S. conservative blog, criticizing, again, a Canadian journal for, quote, false content. The IRS filing shows that we paid another American consultancy firm, 202 Strategies, $297,570 in the last fiscal year, but we have no record of what this organization did. So, you know, when I'm reading these articles by the media team that's been put together for the Kielburgers, claiming that 100% of all the money goes to the charity, and I'm thinking, well, then who's paying these operatives? We know that also they paid for a private investigation firm to dig up into Canada Land's publisher, Jesse Brown, and his employee, Jaron Kerr. And as part of that investigation, they identified where his children went to school. I mention that because I find that very troubling, that the Liberals are so tied to an organization that seems to feel that they need to be hiring not just political operatives, but private eyes investigating journalists. I mean, this is Canada that this is happening in. So the other big news story that came out this month, November 1st, the Times of Israel reported, this is a quote, Wikipedia probe exposes an Israeli stealth PR firm that worked for scammers. And it says in the subheading, shining a rare spotlight on the murky business of online reputation management, Wikipedia editor points the finger at Percepto, an Israeli firm that helps wealthy clients bury dubious pasts. So that's the Times of Israel, November 1st, 2020. What I find really surprising here is that in their article about scammers and dubious pasts, they have a picture of the Kielburger brothers. I was absolutely floored by that because, again, this is the group that speaks in schools across the country that have been given almost quasi-ambassadorial status by the Liberal government. When the Liberals wanted to do a big event at the UN, they brought in we. When we wanted to go sell their brand in England, they brought the Prime Minister's wife with them. So is it possible that a child's charity saying that they only spend money to help children in the third world are hiring an Israeli disinformation team that comes from former Israeli military intelligence? Now, the military intelligence wing comes from Nir Shafrir, who's the partner and COO, who served in Unit 8200 of the Israeli Defense Force, and Yuval Levy, who's the CPA partner and CFO, who began his career as a military intelligence analyst for the Israeli army. So what does this group Percepto do? Well, they describe themselves, over the years, we've developed a rich arsenal of strategies. That's interesting for former military. They have a rich arsenal of strategies, which enables us to respond quickly and accurately in multiple languages and cultural contexts to all sorts of online challenges. We are fully aware of the complexities of our field, are accustomed to its dynamism, and are attentive to our clients' needs. No matter what circumstance you are facing, we find a way to protect your image, optimize your digital presence, and tell your story. Now, they do list, apparently in their clients, a number of pretty dodgy, Ukrainian oligarchs and other quasi-criminal behavior. So why would the Kielburger brothers, who do so much work in terms of public relations with children and third world charities in Kenya, need to hire a group that does online disinformation? Now, this is I want to be clear here. I'm just taking this from both the Globe and Mail and the Times of Israel report. But when the Times of Israel reported the we connection, the Kielburger connection, to this Israeli disinformation team, we responded and says, we charity did not hire Percepto or anyone associated with Percepto to edit we associated Wikipedia pages. In fact, we have never heard of Percepto until reading your article. Wow, okay, I could see that. I mean, why would a charity be hiring a disinformation team? But here's the thing. What the Times reported is that there was a Dropbox that identified their clients. And in their clients, they list we. So it's the thing that I find very confusing about this group. Whenever something seems very simple, there's actually much more complex. So how is it possible that, poor we is identified out of all the possible groups on Wikipedia to be drawn into this Israeli disinformation team and listed as a client when they say they've never heard of them? I say that because when I see the latest big media machine that's being rolled out, while we are being obstructed by liberals, it raises questions about the credibility of the documents and the claims being made. Claims being made in full-page newspaper ads right now. So, this Toronto Star had to apologize for the op-ed that it ran that claimed that the independent financial audits had exonerated we completely. I read those reports. I didn't see it exonerated them. I saw it was interesting, but didn't certainly jive with the documents we had read. But the Toronto Star had to clarify and issue a statement because they never bothered to tell their readers. This is Bruce Campion-Smith, November 6, 2020. Failure to disclose backer of we charity reports left readers in the dark. And the subheadline was Transparency, Please. That they didn't bother to say who commissioned these reports that supposedly exonerate we and pretty much undermines the claims and the works that our committee's been doing. So who paid for this? Well, it was the Stillman Foundation and David Stillman, who's been speaking on behalf of we. Now, I don't think many of our people at our committee have probably ever heard of the Stillmans because we probably don't travel in the circles where that kind of American money moves. But I'm finding it really interesting that an American group is funding Canadian ads, undermining the work of our parliamentary committee. So I did a Google search on David Stillman, and the first time his name came up to me was in a September 9th article in Maclean's magazine. And guess what it's about? It's about the Kielburgers. And the article is entitled "The Rise and Fall of We." The charity invented itself by an earnest 12-year-old, now finds itself engulfed in cynical, star-studded cronyism. Cynical, star-studded cronyism. That's not me, that's Maclean's magazine. So they're talking about, what happened to we, that was started by Craig Kielburger when he was 12 years old. I mean, my God, we bought my daughter that book for Christmas when she was, I think, about 11, and she read that book. But they talk in the Maclean's article about the problems in the we organization, and that when they're faced with problems, they don't actually present independent outside credibility to validate. In fact, Kate Bahan of Charity, Managing Director at Charity Intelligence, is quoted in the Maclean's article saying that boards need to be independent from the charities that they oversee. As a we donor, as somebody who donates to we charity, I would want an independent director who hasn't previously worked with Mark Kielburger. The importance of having independence so that we have credibility. Now, the fact is that what we learn is that David Stillman, who's become the voice in this media campaign, was served on the board, worked for We Charity in the United States from 2010 to 2015 as a director of their U.S. operations. So David Stillman worked for We Charity for 5 years as their director. And he has served on the board of the We Charity. So when we're seeing a full-page ad from an American who says he represents the best of the charity sector, and he may do a lot of great charity work, the fact that he worked for We as a director of operations and is on their board, to me, is highly, highly problematic. And I think that's what got the Toronto Star in trouble, is that they didn't bother to explain that it's the Stillman Foundation that is hiring these reports. Now, I got to say what's interesting. So the Stillman Foundation is paying for these full-page ads, and David Stillman is the spokesman, the same David Stillman who worked for 5 years as the director of operations for We in the United States, was on their board. The Stillman Foundation, when questioned about this connection and this lack of transparency and this lack of independence in terms of why they were stepping forward, states that, well, that David Stillman is from another branch of the family and has no affiliation with the foundation and no involvement with the reports. I'm like, say what? So the Stillman Foundation pays for all the reports. David Stillman goes out and is the spokesperson for it. The David Stillman who was on the board at We and who worked for them, he's not representing the Stillman Foundation. He's from another branch of the family. I mean, this is just wacky. Now, Chair, I ask you, now, if there was questions about Oxfam or Heart and Stroke Foundation or any other charity, would we be thinking that they would hire someone to exonerate them who had worked for them, who then says, well, I'm not really involved with how the money, it just doesn't make sense. And I ask this because it's like whenever we start to look into the We Group and their multiple numbers of companies, it feels like we're in this rabbit hole that goes deeper and deeper and more labyrinths. We're talking about what should be pretty straightforward, a child charity. And how did that child charity get this government contract? Was it done right or was it done wrong? These should be very straightforward answers. the fact that my Liberal colleagues have spent 4 months obstructing a simple parliamentary report on whether this was done right or wrong, to me raises serious questions. So I want to go now to this. What they're claiming is the exoneration is the Torrigan report, and how they say that the Torrigan report completely exonerates we and the Kielburgers. It says, my conclusion that the evidence is clear that the government reached out to We Charity, not the reverse. That bureaucrats examined their options, considered other organizations like the YMCA and Shopify, and concluded that We Charity was the right choice. That's a pretty declarative statement. But what I find really surprising is that when you actually look at the documents that the government turned over, there were no meetings with YMCA or Shopify. So how do they claim that they actually had made this deal? Or how do they claim that we was considered out of a number of independent organizations, and it also came forward that this was the only choice when these other organizations had not been spoken to? So the other thing he says, the evidence that it was the government that reached out to We Charity, not the reverse. And he states, as been documented by the Finance Committee, it was senior bureaucrat Rachel Wernick who contacted Craig Kielburger to discuss We's potential involvement in administering the program that would later be known as CSSG. And while that's not as enticing a storyline as a generally accepted narrative, it happens to be the truth. Well, it's actually not the truth. I don't know where the Torrigan report read their documents. I know they certainly took the words of Minister Chagger. That was her line. They certainly took the advice or the claims of Craig and Mark Kielburger. That's their line. But if you look at the documents that identify how this deal came about, we see that the Kielburgers were reaching out for an initial program. And we're going to talk about that later, because that's a really interesting one. It's been very overlooked. But it was that meeting on April 7th, they met with Minister Ning. And on April 10th, Craig Kielburger wrote to Minister Chagger, I hope this finds you well and healthy. I'm sure the celebrations look a little different this year, but let me wish you a happy belated birthday. And during this difficult time, we're really inspired by your incredible efforts. Understanding you're aware of the conversation between our head of government relations, Sophia Marquez, and your team exploring ways we can assist in your objectives, I thought to share an update following our discussions with Minister Ning. So that's April 10th. So he's already been in contact with him through Sophia Marquez. Now, Sophia Marquez is an interesting character because she's listed as the head of government relations. She sets up all the meetings. That's a lobbyist. But we learned that we never bothered to register to lobby. They said they didn't do all that much work. Well, the documents show a big difference, that they did a lot of work. Not only were they so busy with the head of government relations, they'd actually posted for a manager of government relations, all while not bothering to register to lobby. The question of whether or not illegal lobbying was done to get this $900 million contract is something we could certainly look at in our committee report. But from this April 10th message to Minister Chagger, we get the famous April 17th meeting between Minister Chagger and Craig Kielburger and Sophia Marquez. Now, that was the meeting that Minister Chagger pretended never happened, that she claimed she never spoke to them. Then when we confronted her that she did speak to them, she claimed that she had never discussed at all anything to do about the youth entrepreneurial proposal, which did not exist then. But what we see from the documents, April 17th, this is how Craig Kielburger describes it. We Charity held a phone call with Minister of Diversity and Youth, Minister Bartosz Chagger, to discuss an unrelated project. Oh, sorry, this is what he's claiming. There's so much here, Mr. Chair, but just I won't go all day. It was at the April 17th meeting that they begin these conversations. So from that email on April 17th, on Monday morning, April 20th, Sophia Marquez writes, "Happy Monday. Thanks for your call. I want to give you a quick note following our meeting with Minister Chagar on the highlights." And that was Craig Kielburger was at the meeting. Minister Chagar expressed interest in exploring ways to adopt the entrepreneurship proposal we submitted to Minister Ning and include a service component to it. She said we should consider opening a service stream for youth who are currently not well supported through virtual mentorship. That effect, Craig reassured the minister that if given the right policies, we could amend the proposal. And Minister Chagar expressed, and this is Sophia Marquez saying what happened at that meeting, expressed her willingness as the next steps to connect with her team and identify tangible ways of moving this forward. I told her that I'd shared our proposal with you, Gina Wilson, Ritu, and Rachel Wernick over the weekend, and I have yet to hear back from her and her team members. Oh my God. Now, the Torrigan report tells us that it was Rachel Wernick who reached out to the Kielburgers. And remember that famous quote where the Kielburgers said they should never have accepted that call from Canada, but they felt duty bound to receive that call. Well, the call is clear. It came from Sophia Marquez as the lobbyist for WE that set up the meeting with Minister Ning, that then set up the meeting with Minister Chagar. And then, according to Sophia Marquez, then they reached out to Rachel Wernick on that weekend. The idea that Rachel Wernick came up on this idea on her own simply doesn't add up. Now, Mr. Chair, why am I putting this into the record? I'm putting this into the record because we have been obstructed for 4 solid months by the Liberals, who have refused to let us address these documents, have refused to let us question witnesses like Sophia Marquez to find out whether or not that lobbying, the nature of that lobbying and whether that lobbying was even legal. We are having to put onto the record what actually happened, the truth of what happened in those documents, because we are facing this major campaign of disinformation and spin that's being paid for by American groups with full-page ads, with op-eds in the Toronto Star, with claims of independent review that simply don't meet the test of evidence. So for however long the Liberals want to drag this out, I think it would be worth our committee using this time actually to put into the record so people know what the documents actually say. Here's another one, just while I'm on it. April 22nd from Craig Kielburger to Bartosz Chagar. We appreciate your thoughtful offer to connect us with relevant members of your ministry. Over the weekend, our team has been hard at work to adapt your suggestion of a second stream focused on the summer service opportunity. Now, this is really interesting because we have Craig Kielburger saying that it was Minister Chagar's suggestion. Now, Minister Chagar told us at committee that she had never spoken to them about this proposal. But on April 22nd, Craig Kielburger thanks her for her suggestions and that she is going to open the doors. So that idea that it was poor Rachel Wernick, a civil servant, who took it upon herself, pushed this thing through, got everyone signed up. And this is the myth that's being promoted by the Kielburgers' very large funded organization right now, is not backed up by any of the facts. It's not backed up by the facts like the claim that they were financially solid. That's not really an issue for us one way or the other. They were certainly financially solid because they had enormous real estate holdings, which we haven't looked at. But the idea that the Kielburgers didn't need to do this, that the WE group was perfectly in good financial order, this is what's being claimed now, but it certainly doesn't meet the test of when we interviewed Michelle Douglas, who was the former chair, who was denied access to the financial reports. Now, to me, it's irrelevant to me whether the Kielburger group was financially solid or not. What matters to me is that they're a charity. And as a charity, you have obligations to report. And Madame Douglas raises serious questions in her testimony about the fact that the board and the chair was denied access to the financial documents while massive amounts of layoffs and firings were happening. Why is that relevant? Again, we're dealing with a group that proposes to be a new kind of charity. But a new kind of charity or an old kind of charity has reporting obligations. Those reporting obligations are fundamental to its finances. So when Michelle Douglas told the finance committee that she had to resign because she could not get financial information from a charity that was laying off and firing hundreds of people, and that then she was fired for asking these questions along with much of the board, that raises a serious flag. And it raises a serious flag because we asked the Kielburger brothers about whether or not, according to the reports we had, that the Kielburgers had gotten very angry at the board and hung up on them and then phoned and said they wanted their resignation. We couldn't get a straight answer to that. This is about governance. This is about an organization that is duly bound to follow the rules. And yet, once again, we see, well, whether it was getting rid of their board, that's really questionable. Whether or not we can get answers at this parliamentary committee because the Liberals obstruct, that's very questionable. It's very questionable that they're hiring that they're getting support. And I don't know what the financial arrangements are with the Stillman Foundation, but that they're putting out people as supposed voices for them who worked for them. The fact that in the past, we see hirings of Republican, hardcore Republican media, disinformation teams, as well as this Israeli connection, is really, really disturbing. So was any of that germane to the work of the committee when we began? No, our committee focus was simply about why did they have such an inside track? But 4 months of obstruction by the Liberals is making me question, what was it about this group? What is it about their connections? How have they been able to insinuate themselves so tightly in the power structure of Canada to be able to call into ministers' offices when so many organizations are in free fall and be given this contract? And then to have the Liberals cover up for them, to have the Liberals obstruct, have the Prime Minister shut down Parliament so that we can't actually get the documents. It raises serious questions. So, Mr. Chair, I think I will stop for now, but I'm more than willing to continue looking into the questions that I think now need to put on the table regarding how this group operates, what the accountability mechanisms are, given that they are a group that works with children across this country and their deep connection to the Prime Minister, his family, and why my Liberal colleagues are so intent on obstructing our work.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Angus. Now we'll move on to Madam Shanahan.
Thank you, Chair, and I thank my honourable colleague for his remarks, although I am a little mystified as to why we were very interesting and quite a lot of information from different sources that were in that intervention. But at one point, Mr. Angus referred to our WE study. We don't have a WE study. We did not do a WE study here. And in fact, that study belonged in the finance department. That's where it was. And I know that Mr. Angus and other MPs do go back and forth between the two committees. But here in this committee, the study that we were concerned with was with speaking engagements where by the Prime Minister and family members, and which may or may not have had a connection to the WE charity. So
Sorry,
while
point of order.
this was very interesting.
Yes, Mr. Angus, point of order.
Yeah, Chair, this certainly predates your time, and I don't want to know if I've fallen down another rabbit hole, but is the member saying that we never actually held any meetings on this subject? I find that really astounding. I mean, maybe this is the new line of operation, that there never had been anything to do with we, but I certainly remember meetings that I sat through, and maybe my colleagues could chime in and say whether they were at those meetings. But again, it's this disinformation that we're actually seeing being embedded into the record here, I think is very, very unfortunate.
Please go ahead, Madam Shanahan.
Yes, so indeed, I can go back to the motion that we were studying, and it did have to do with the production of records that, pursuant to Standing Orders 10838, the committee reviewed the safeguards which are in place to avoid and prevent conflicts of interest in federal government procurement, contracting, granting, contribution, and other expenditure policies, and that to provide a case study for this review, an order of the committee do issue to Speaker's Spotlight for a copy of all records pertaining to speaking appearances arranged since October 14, 2008 for Justin Trudeau, Sophie Gregoire Trudeau, Margaret Trudeau, and Alexandre Trudeau, including, in respect of each speaking appearance, an indication of the fee provided, any expenses that were reimbursed, and the name of the company, organization, person, or entity booking it, provided that these records shall be provided to the clerk of the committee within 1 week of the adoption of this order. That, Chair, was the motion that we were studying, and we had 3 meetings on that motion, which included, of course, interventions from academics on the notion of prevention of conflict of interest in organizations, and from a previous commissioner of ethics, Mary Dawson. I recall Ian Shugart, the clerk of the Privy Council, was also in that, one of the witnesses there. And indeed, this is my understanding of what we are discussing here today, which is the idea of this committee calling for the production of documents when the ethics commissioner is well able to do so, and that and the treatment of those documents as a matter of principle. So, but if we do want to talk about that's certainly a number of political parties and members of political parties certainly had dealings with we as an organization, and I can just recall to the committee that former Prime Minister Harper hosted a We Day reception at 24 Sussex in 2013. That there was government funding provided by the previous Conservative government as well to we in 2012, 100,000 for We Day and We Schools in Action. 2013, 100,000 for We Act. 2014, 300,000 to We Act. That the Premier of Alberta at the time, Rachel Notley, spoke at a We Day event. So when my colleague makes the remark that we is only associated with Liberals, I do beg to differ, and I think that if there's an investigation of we, I understand that was what Finance Committee was concerned about, and I certainly heard different interventions emanating from Finance Committee, but it is really the task that we have here today to be looking at this issue of production of documents, specifically from Speaker's Spotlight. So, j'aimerais, puis je suis pas certaine.
I would like and I'm not sure if I have this last version of Zoom. Are you hearing me? Are you hearing the interpretation? Are you hearing me fine? Everything's good? Okay, great. So, Mr. Chair, in fact, I had things that I wanted to say at our last meeting with respect to the motion before us for Mr. Bailiff and the company that is manufacturing the ventilators. So I will keep that for later, because I would really like to come back to this question of production of documents. I would like to thank the chair and the clerk for the information that we have received at the beginning of the meeting, such as the fact that there are restrictions at times on production of documents, and that it may come above and beyond the goodwill or the relevance of the documents in question. So this is something that needs to be looked at to see how we will treat to that question as to the limit with respect to the production of documents in the case that's before us here. But I would, in fact, like to speak to the minister as an individual who was elected as a member of parliament. And we know that when he was elected as a member of parliament, that he was already a public figure. He was already someone who had a certain revenue as a speaker. And it was once he became a candidate for the leadership of the Liberal Party that Justin Trudeau said that he solicited the advice and the approval of the ethics commissioner at the time regarding his conferences, and he worked with her towards the publication of necessarily documents, everything with respect to conflict of interest, because he was no longer simply a member of parliament, an ordinary member of parliament, not ordinary, but you understand what I mean. There's a difference between a member of parliament and someone who is a candidate and not even yet leader of the Liberal Party of Canada, but is a candidate towards the leadership. So when he spoke with the media, Mr. Trudeau said clearly in 2013 that he had spoken with Mary Dawson, and just as each and every one of us should do, if we have not yet done so, we should look at open questions as to what would be advisable. And he spoke about his activities that were already known to a certain extent, but he did disclose all of his activities outside of his work as member of parliament. And so he wanted to ensure that this was being done correctly. And he was assured that that was the case. And there was a report. And there was an article in the Ottawa Citizen that was published at the time that showed that he already had a salary or fees, if you will, because that is how it works. When you have speaking engagements, you're paid with fees, and you also have your expenses that will be reimbursed, and so that he already did have this revenue, and that he was continuing to take on such work even once he became a member of parliament. And it was when he was member of parliament that he did, as do all members of parliament, he disclosed his income publicly, and he did that through Madame Dawson's office, and that was up until 2009. So this is information that is available. And I would imagine that you will find it in the parliamentary archives. This is information that is available, and it's the same thing for all members of parliament. And there are members of parliament that come from all walks of life, and some may have interests, private interests or business interests, and they may have other sources of income. So these monies, these income, were reported as should be. Now, at the time, the Prime Minister had no obligation to say exactly what amounts he had earned, because again, we're talking about a code, a regime, if you will. Just a moment. I just need a Kleenex. Just a moment, please. Not too far. So it's an evolution, if you will, as to how much and to what extent you're going to be disclosing your revenues. So he did it, this disclosure, in a voluntary fashion, and this was during his first 4 years, once he was elected as a member of parliament for Papineau. And so he spoke publicly regarding this because he wanted to share not only the amounts that he had earned, but also the list, the complete list of all of these events and how much he had been paid. And this in the interest of transparency with respect to his personal income. I have already worked in management of assets with wealthy people, and there are fortunes, and then there are fortunes. It's not necessarily everyone who is aware of what exactly a fortune represents, whether or not you're really, truly financially independent. I know many people who still, may have property, they may have assets and portfolios, but it does not necessarily mean that you have an income that allows you to live comfortably. And as people who go into public life, well, we consider and we accept that you may lose, you may, you know that there's a right to have disclosure, and there were activities and he went above and beyond what was necessary. And it's interesting also, I think people are not necessarily aware of how many amongst us, among members of parliament, sitting MPs in the past also, do continue to have private businesses, even if they are sitting. Nonetheless, and our obligations at the House are quite heavy, but there are people who are able to arrange their affairs, and they're able to continue to have manage their businesses, even if they are nonetheless aware they have the responsibilities as members of Parliament. In terms of reports in the Canadian press in 2010, they found that there were 151 of the 308 MPs, so roughly half, who had other income. But we recognize that income that come from speaking appearances can have an impact in the context of ethics or conflict of interest. If there's an indication that the speaker is there because they are a member of Parliament. So once again, in this evolution, as you can imagine, for a group, those who are involved in different sectors, it's because the speaker is they want to have this person. Because at the time, he wasn't even Prime Minister. He made declarations above and beyond what was really required. So I think that once he was Prime Minister and the head of the government, there were documents recently that were shared in the context of our meetings and in our committee. And the government leader, Mr. Rodriguez, already shared a list of all of his engagements, and that for all MPs, and done so publicly. So why? So I think we're looking at a witch hunt here, where it's at the very least a fishing expedition. So there are others. So we know that there are other that go on the conference circuit and do speaking. Senator Mike Duffing, for example, who was a very colorful person in the media. Larry Smith, that I know personally, for all of his work that he has done. And there's Pamela Wallin, who is also a media personality. So and there are also people who are involved in the sports field. So all of these people have received income for events, for public speeches that they've made since they arrived at the Parliament. But they were never investigated at this committee, neither here nor at the Senate, despite the fact that you could make a connection between their role as parliamentarians and for their activities. Senator Duffy has a profile with the National Speakers Bureau. And this, in someone, it says,
issues of the day. Donc, c'est actuel. Là,
so people want to hear him with respect to his knowledge.
From inside Ottawa. With rollicking, provide a unique and memorable presentation you won't want to miss. Donc, c'est sûr que...
So, it's clear he's an insider. And Senator Duffy is someone who has decided that he can benefit from that fact in terms of getting conference income, speaker's income. Mr. Trudeau has never done any promotion, self-promotion, when he was a member of Parliament, and his speeches were especially with respect to the issues of education, environment, youth, and so these were not political issues. So I think there's a difference there. If we're looking at the ethics of it, the fact that he never did any self-promotion as being someone who would be able to give any kind of insider information or political secrets, I think it's clear that these speeches were with respect to issues where he was known for his knowledge. There is nothing within the Code for Conflict of Interest for members of Parliament that would stop members of Parliament who are not members of government, nor for parliamentary secretaries to do what we could call moonlighting. That is to have a second income or to have a business. And unless, of course, there's a conflict of interest. So it's clear that there is no obligation at this point in time for members of Parliament to make any declarations as to when they have been hired to speak before any group. So the code does not ask that the Ethics Commissioner's office has a list of businesses that hire members of Parliament from the House of Commons for public appearances. And so this is a quote in my own paraphrasing words. This is quoting the Commissioner's spokesperson. There was an analysis that was done also by Radio-Canada on reports that were done, and this was by all of the MPs that were in the 42nd Parliament in 2017, and there were 36 of them who, and it's interesting to note that they were getting a pension above and beyond their salaries. And there were 20% of those MPs that were receiving pensions from either from the federal government or from the armed forces. And that is also something that may be of interest to the public. The 36 MPs that were receiving pensions, it was mainly from the government or for public service pensions. There were 2 that had pensions from private companies. Scott Duval from the NDP, who received a pension. It was from a steel company, ArcelorMittal Vasco, and the Conservative, Peter Kent, who had a pension from Global Communications. So MPs can have income from different sources, and I think that with the rules that are in place now and the fact that this is publicly known, I think this is quite fine. But we could also speak about Brian Mulroney, a former prime minister who I like, who always maintained that he had nothing to do with Mr. Karl-Heinz Schreiber. And I know that was a whole discussion and a whole inquiry of this committee at the time. But it was in 2007, during the public investigation, that Mr. Mulroney did know Mr. Schreiber and that he helped him finance his race in 1983 for the leadership, and that he had accepted $225,000 from Mr. Schreiber in 1993 and 1994. Judge Jeffrey Oliphant did determine in his report in 2010 that Mr. Mulroney, that there was no infringement of the legislation, and that he was not using his influence as Prime Minister with respect to the contract. However, the facts were there, and Mr. Mulroney did meet Mr. Schreiber in 3 hotel rooms in New York City, and he received envelopes with money he received cash, $10,000 denominations, and Justice Oliphant, in his report, felt that there were several inappropriate aspects to this, including a lack of the ability to verify any bank deposits or even for tax payments. So once again, we're going back over history, and so we can see the evolution of our understanding of what is considered behavior and action that would be ethical and what would not be ethical. And the legislation was not always up to activities that were happening, but nonetheless, we're satisfied with the investigation at the time. It's clear that there was a certain interest in Mr. Trudeau's activities, even when he was simply a member of Parliament. And the fact that he participated in activities as a speaker, he was a subject of a complaint for Ms. Dawson in 2006 by the MP Deems Mastro, who was parliamentary secretary to the Prime Minister Harper at the time. So it's the same Dean Del Mastro who we know, who also had quite a colorful story. And I think, dear colleagues, conservative colleagues and all parties, all opposition parties will remember that Mr. De Mastro, who was the parliamentary secretary and who had a very respected position normally.
So he had to leave the house to go to another house for a certain amount of time, but I'm not going to dwell into details here. Mr. Del Mastro, said in his complaint that Mr. Trudeau has allowed that he would be identified as an MP for the promotion of 4 events in November 2009. And Mr. Trudeau said that it would have been a little bit strange not to be identified as an MP as a speaker. It would have been strange if he had not been identified as such, because he said that his clients had been informed very clearly that he was going to participate to these events, and it was as an individual, somebody who has knowledge and who had things to say concerning the environment, youth, and education. And it was not speaking as an MP. And Ms. Dawson, the commissioner at the time, wrote a letter to Mr. Del Mastro, who has totally rejected the complaint, because she said, and I'm going to say it in English,
agree that allowing himself to be referred to as a member of Parliament on its own constitutes using his position as a member to influence the decisions of others to engage him as a paid speaker. There is no information before me to suggest that Mr. Trudeau was performing parliamentary duties and functions when he spoke at these events, or that he acted in any way to further his private interests as a paid speaker when performing those duties and functions. Donc, c'est
So it appears clearly that the commissioner actually carried out her investigation, which is always the question we have in front of us. Did the commissioner and the office, the ethics bureau, and the work of the commissioner, the question was, did they have the tools? Were they able to carry out their work? Did they have sufficient independence to do the work? And in this case, it appeared very clearly that the decisions had been made, and it has been totally rejected. There was nothing that was justifying the complaint. And it was Mr. Trudeau who then said, when he started participating at public events to speak with the public, he did not want to trade on his family name. He didn't want his family name to be used for his work. And we can even say that very often it was a burden for him. Because, of course, no one here, even if we love our fathers and mothers, but we are not our fathers or our mothers. We are our own person, and each and every one of us really speak for himself or herself, and we carry out our lives, and especially when you are in a profession that puts you in the public sphere. So Mr. Trudeau, once he had been elected at Parliament, and that was also a whole story there, because for those who read his book, well, in the book, there was nothing that was really given to Mr. Trudeau at the time. The Liberal Party at the time did not give a seat that was so-called a safe seat for Mr. Trudeau. Far from that, Papineau was held, I think, at the time by a member of the Bloc, if I remember well. And Mr. Trudeau often tells us how he and Sophie were really going door to door with people who were very often new immigrants in Canada, and they didn't know the Trudeau's name. So it shows that he decided to really follow his own path, and that nothing was given or granted for him. But then, once he had been elected, he actually reduced the number of events that he was attending, and of course, there were fees for these events between $10,000 and $20,000. And these fees were important for these organizations that actually recruited him to have a speaker who would attract people to their events, because at the same time, of course, they were selling tickets and they will receive more donations from the people who attended. So this was for fundraising. He was very popular for this type of activity. But over time, as he reduced the number of events that he was attending, it was around 2009. There is a point of order, Mr. Chair.
Madam Goodrow.
J'écoute attentivement.
I'm listening with great care for many, many minutes, Ms. Shanahan, but I would like to be able to establish a link or connection with what we have to reflect upon and on what we have to vote upon today. So I would like to know where we're heading at, because I also want to take the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Goodrow. Relevance is always important, and just to remind members to try and make sure that we continue to focus on the motion at hand. Go ahead, Madam Shanahan.
Yes, Mr. Chair. I would like to thank my colleague, because indeed it is, the dates here are very important. As we heard at the beginning of this session, that there is a question concerning the dates for the production of documents. I want to touch upon these dates. This is what I'm doing here, an historical background, so concentrating on the dates. So in 2009, according to Mr. Trudeau, his participations were less than 10% as compared to the year before. And in the spring of 2012, he stopped altogether to accept such speaking events, because at the time he was planning to run for the leadership of the Liberal Party of Canada. And all what I have said, I agree that maybe it is history, but this was public knowledge all this time. And it is on the public record. However, for a reason or another, there seems to be some kind of fascination, and I would even say an obsession from the opposition to try to draw some conclusions from the fact that the Prime Minister, when he was an MP, let's say a private person, an MP, and not the leader of the party or Prime Minister, and until he became the leader of the party, well, until then, yes, he had worked. He had accepted to make speeches in public on topics that were close to him. And we can see that he's not the only one. There are some other offices, apart from a speaker's spotlight, there were some other offices or agencies that work with speakers who are people who are part of the public political life. So there, we see that sometimes it might go from $100 to $150,000. And here I'm speaking about the former Prime Minister, Mr. Harper, and I'm going to then switch into English.
This is his bio on his Speaker's Bureau. Stephen Harper is a Canadian politician and member of Parliament who served as the 22nd Prime Minister of Canada for 9 years. He was the first Prime Minister in history to come from the modern Conservative Party of Canada. Harper has been the Member of Parliament for the riding of Calgary Heritage in Alberta for 14 years and counting. So he was still a Member of Parliament. Previously, he was the MP for Calgary West, representing the Reform Party of Canada. Harper is now an opposition backbench Member of Parliament. And of course, we know that he is no longer in Parliament. So I'm not sure how much, if anything, Mr. Harper made from this company while he was a member of the opposition, but I'm sure that he cleared it with the ethics commissioner, because I know how important ethics are to the Conservative Party. I have many good friends in the Conservative Party, and that he publicly disclosed his earnings. So this motion that is before us, this that talks about the production of documents from the Speaker's spotlight, juste pour terminer.
And just to conclude, I'm going to change again languages. Well, this was twice rejected by this committee. And that is why I'm really questioning the grounds or the motivations of some members of this committee. Why, with all the important things that we have ahead of us, all the challenges and issues that we have ahead of us. And I know that my colleagues from both sides have important issues, and we're going to, of course, hear them soon. So why is it so important for those members who want to do important work for Canadians? Why do they want to embark upon some kind of a fishing expedition instead of working on the motions that we have already looked at, such as the motion concerning facial recognition or the importance to have a digital identity? Mr. Chair, I wanted to speak about Mr. Bayliss, but I think I'm not going to do this right now. I'll do it at another time. And thank you to have granted me the time to speak about my opposition to the amendment on Speaker Spotlight. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The speakers list stands thusly: Madam Goodrow, Mr. Dong, Mr. Barrett, Madam Latanzio, Mr. Sorbera, and Mr. Fergus. And so now we'll go to Madame Goodrow.
Oui, bonjour. Là,
Yes, hello. I can see that it is now my turn to speak, and it would seem that the internet is not very stable. But so I'm going to speak slowly to allow the interpreters to do an excellent work and to allow you to be able to follow. I won't be very long, but I would like us to take a few moments to go over the chronology of the events, which are really the reason why we're here. You can remember we had a full summer, and we were able to really increase trust and the integrity that we had as parliamentarians, and we can see that it wasn't neither on you nor on us, but it was with respect to what happened for the student grant that was at a time when there were 6 weeks when we lost some time, despite the fact that the issues are really quite important with respect to ethics. And with respect to ethics, I have a great concern with respect to the protection of privacy that was done before prorogation. Following the proroguing of Parliament, there was a request. The first request to the committee, of the Ethics Committee, was to build together a committee, a special committee, for two reasons. The first, to finish what we had started, what we had almost finished, with respect to integrity and trust for all of citizens. And at the same time, to go over the work that really concerned us at the end of this year 2020, when we can note that there has been an enormous amount of fraud and issues with respect to identity. So, of course, this motion was adjourned. We had an opposition day of the Conservatives that mentioned roughly the same issue. That is, that we need to collectively respect democracy. And I repeat that we had to do our work. The work is to help Canadians and Quebecers, and also to bring light on an issue when we have an issue that is not clear. And what is really saddening me with respect to these events is that when we came back in August, we had a request that took hours and hours. And we did get to the point, and I'm very proud of that. We came to an agreement to respect that we would respect privacy rights. And there were many amendments that meant that at the last moment when we voted, and I really want to note that, there was an error. There was an error. I participated to all hours, every hour, and most, if it's not the majority of you, had yourselves replaced, whereas I was here present from the beginning. And for 12 minutes, I was replaced. And we made a request to reinvoke the decision. And we weren't asking to interpret what I thought. We were asking to review the decision. And what I'm hearing is that we're not allowed to have any errors, that you've never been a first-time MP, and that you've never been victim of a virtual issue of translation. And so I would invite you to go and take a look at the French version of the floor. And I would invite you to make the link between what you have on the phone and what is on the internet. Over all of those hours, we had witnesses with respect to nomenclature, history lessons, and then in a few moments, when I was replaced, in those moments, there was a break in the communication and the request was made, and I verified in other committees, there is a flexibility. For those who have experience in other committees, there is a flexibility that we don't have here. So what happened? Well, it was rejected by one error, and not because of a change in ideas. And it's important that that is clear. So we need to do things well. We asked for corrections, and then it didn't go through. We're being asked to file what we need to file with the necessary modifications. And what happened? Well, I don't know. We've changed our minds. And then we are the ones that are being accused of changing our minds. There is an amendment, a motion that was filed. And once again, because now it's been 4 months that we've been on this subject, and the amendment to the motion has been adopted, it's been adopted. And then we're still today, up until 5:30, well, I can be here till tomorrow if technical things work. But we need to do the work. So we took the time to go look for information, to do all of the work that a special committee would be able to do with all of the speeches of my colleagues. This was the initial idea, the initial objective, that the ethics committee reflect on these ethical issues and that there be a special committee that would allow us to focus on this work and to be able to finish it. So I really am looking towards your goodwill and your integrity. As parliamentarians, you're going to tell me, well, I understand maybe we have directives and so maybe we need to save somebody's skin. Maybe so. But you have been dedicated to go ahead with the ethics within the ethics committee. So when I speak to this to my children, I said, when you stretch it out, it's either because you have something to protect or that you don't want to reveal something that's being hidden. So what are we afraid of? When we have the assurance that everything is fine, well, it would be normal to say, well, there you go. But when there's some doubt, well, then you stretch things out. And this is what we're living through right now. Since all of these hours, there are people that do need our help, need our work in the field. And today, we need to move forward and do something. It's not a time to be changing ideas and to be caught up in the continuum of this chronology. We absolutely need to show the citizens that, for one, we have integrity, and we need to show that we should have their trust. So let's set aside partisanship. And you have to look at the commitment, and things can go very far. As a parliamentarian, it's been a year now, I'm very sad to see that at the ethics committee, there is such political playing around when other committees have a consensual approach. They listen and they want to attain their goal. And today, all of what we've spoken about, we wouldn't even be talking about it because we would already be reflecting on the possible modifications to give the power to the ethics commissioner to be able to get through what we're living through now. Imagine. So I'm speaking to you as individuals. I'm speaking to you as parliamentarians, as people who should have trust. We do need to wake up, and we need to act, and we need to think about our constituents. And with all of what work we've done and all of the flexibility that we've shown, I cannot understand how we are not already further ahead. But you could say, well, there was errors or whatever, and we're where we are now. Well, we're here now, and we need to look to the future. So as I said at the beginning, if this is the first time, this is the first time that I was replaced and there was an error. I wasn't even given the opportunity to change that voice. And I would like to thank my colleague for having replaced me for 12 minutes. And then I'm being blamed. I got 2 blames. And the third, well, no. I think we need to move ahead, please. So I appreciate to get a whole biographical lessons and to get all of this information that you have. I do find it enriching. I appreciated it. It's extraordinary, but I think it's enough now. And I think everybody has understood what's going on. When our own children are looking at us and they're saying, well, we wouldn't even be allowed to do that at school. Well, so I would ask you, so the next speaker, hopefully they'll be able to speak in less than 10 minutes. Well, it's very unfortunate. So in any case, I would like to invite you to bring light and to go through this and to make the necessary corrections and to really take care of, move forward with this motion, because we're now the 9th of November and we have 4 weeks left before the end of the year. So please, let's do that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Merci, Madame Goudreau.
Thank you, Madame Goudreau.
Thank you, Chair. Watching the time that I may be in the same situation as was in last week, but thank you. I'm very happy to still have the opportunity to complete my remarks from our meeting last week. You can imagine how surprised I am to be here Monday morning of a constituency week, discussing this same motion pretty much. Again, I was definitely under the impression that after the defeat of this motion 2 weeks ago, and again last week, that we may finally moving on from this matter and onto the matters that concerns Canadians during this COVID. So I was listening to Madame Goudreau's, my honorable colleague's comment. One thing I do agree with her, enough is enough. This was voted on 2 weeks ago, and we all take this committee business very, very seriously. When this came to the committee again last week, it received another decision, but now in front of us, the same motion has been put in the form as an amendment, and effectively stalling the progress of Mr. Angus's motion. And like I said, it was a received decision. I do have concerns, as I was saying last week, about the president being set here, Mr. Chair. So I look forward to hearing from you on this topic. Because my argument last week is that after being voted on twice, the same motion make its way back, and what if it fails again? Is the honorable member going to try for the 4th and the 5th time? She used the analogy of being in school, and I think that could be viewed from another perspective. That the honorable member is obviously upset that she's not getting her way, but it is a committee consistent with parties, members from all parties. So, I humbly ask that the rights and the position of other colleagues are respected as well. So I look forward to hearing from you, Chair, on the issue of the president of being said here. So last time I was going back through history of our committee since February of this year, when we met for the first time after the election. And we had gone through the list of motions and that had been brought forward by Mr. Barrett, Mr. Carrick, Madame Godor, Mr. Angus. And I think we have left off talking about a motion by Mr. Fortin, who should be noted as not a permanent member of this committee. It was promptly defeated. Following that was a motion by Mr. Green, also not a member of this committee. He moved that we conduct a study on conflict of interest and that we call witnesses from PCO, PMO, and ministers. And oddly enough, none of those witnesses include the ethics commissioner, which, by the way, I think it's a big part of this committee's job is to study and view and discuss the findings of the commissioners and provide our recommendations and making sure the recommendation of in those studies by the commissioner are being followed through. So I view that as the main job as our committee, as opposed to running a parallel investigation, which we heard from witnesses last session that we are running a risk of contaminating or interfering with the commissioners' the work. But finally, Chair, in that session we had a motion from Mr. Carrick, asked the committee to write letters to all members of cabinet again. Now, fast forward to this session of Parliament. I'm sure all members here are familiar with how things have been played out. In our meetings, we started with a motion from Madame Godor that the committee recommend to the House a special committee to review the Canada Student Service Grant. And after some debate, Mr. Barrett moved that we adjourn the debate so we could get to one of his motions again. Mr. Barrett then moved that an order of the committee to issue for a copy of all records pertaining to speaking appearances arranged since October 14th, 2004, and so on. After much debate, that motion was defeated last week. Next up was Ms. Godor's again, this time moving a motion that a committee requested Speaker's Spotlight to produce a document of all records relating to speeches organized since October 14th, 2008. And I'm sure members, my dear colleagues, are familiar with this by now. This motion was defeated for a second time. And finally, we came to Mr. Angus' motion that we're debating right now, which is that this committee undertake the study into the issue of conflict of interest and the Lobbying Act in relations to pandemic spending and so on and so forth, which has been amended by Mrs. Godor, Madame Godor, to include a request to Speaker's Spotlight to produce a copy of all records relating to the speeches organized since October 14th, 2008. So why the history lesson, Mr. Chair? Since this committee first met in February of this year, in what feels like a year ago with everything going on with COVID-19, there have been 14 motions put forward for debate, Mr. Chair. 14 MPs called upon to move their motions to study the issues that they think are the most important ones to Canadians. And of those 14, Mr. Chair, 4 has been from Mr. Barrett, 3 has been from Mr. Angus, 2, Mr. Chair, have been from members who do not even sit on this committee. And how many motions have been allowed to come forward from the Liberal side, Mr. Chair? 0. 0 motions. Just give me a second here. Let me just clear the screen here. There we go. That does not come from lack of effort. My colleague, Ms. Shanahan, provided notice on at least 3 motions in the last session. I have been given notice of motion on digital currency weeks ago, and here we are debating the same motion for the 3rd time in a week. When no one on the side of the table have even been given a chance to move a motion yet this year. You know, that's not right, Mr. Chair, in my opinion. It is not fair to members from all sides to be recognized to bring forward their ideas on this committee. Now, one of these ideas I've been trying to bring forward, Mr. Chair, is about digital currency. It's been a popular topic, has received a lot of attention recently. Here is an excerpt from a speech in 2019 by Governor of Bank of England, the former Governor of Bank of Canada, Mark Carney, titled The Growing Challenges for Monetary Policy in the Current International Monetary and Financial System. This is important because, you know, we've seen increased activities during COVID, increased online activities during COVID. So the whole discussion, the study about digital currency is an urgent matter. And I'll spare the members the whole speech, but getting to the core part, I think might be interest to members on this committee, and you'll understand why I see this as a priority that we must look into in terms of privacy, access information that this committee that has responsibility on. So the quote starts: even if the initial variants of the idea prove wanting, the concept is intriguing. It is worth considering how a synthetic hegemonic currency in the international monetary financial system.
Sorry, point of order.
Could support.
Point of order.
Point of order, Mr. Angus. Go ahead.
Yes, I have been sitting with my colleague, Mr. Dong, for a couple of months, and I found him very, very good at points of order and prevarications and denials. But the fact that now he's trying to talk about international currency while obstructing our work at our committee, while filibustering, I think is bizarre. We are not here to discuss his theories of international currency. We're here to discuss a motion, and he can either vote for the motion or vote against it. But I ask him not to waste our time talking about things that have nothing to do with the study.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Angus has been given a wide berth of outlining the ongoing feud between the Kohlbergers and Canadaland, and also stories about Israel disinformation, which I was quite puzzled to understand the relevance between that speech to the motion that we're talking about. But he was shown with the respect that nobody interrupted him. Nobody raised the point of
Because
order.
I was speaking to the motion.
I'm not debating. I'm not arguing with Mr. Angus. My understanding is I have the floor, and I will bring to the point where you understand the relevance of what I'm talking about to the motion.
Please, when we get multiple speakers, first off, no one can hear you in the language that you're speaking, and certainly no one can translate. So look, Mr. Angus, thanks for the point of order. I have reminded several colleagues to try and stay concise around the motion, and you can continue on, Mr. Dunn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So a synthetic hegemonic currency in the international monetary financial system could support better global outcomes given the scale of the challenges of the currency IMFS and the risks in transition to a new hegemonic reserve currency like renminbi, which is a Chinese currency right now. And SHC could damp the domineering influence of US dollars on global trade if the share of the trade invoiced in SHC were to rise. Shocks in the US will have less potent spillovers over exchange rates. And the trade would become less synchronized across the countries. By the same token, global trade would become more sensitive to changes in conditions in the country of the other currencies in the basket backing the SHC. The dollar's influence on global financial conditions could similarly decline if a financial architecture developed around the new SHC and it displaced the dollar's dominance in credit markets. By reducing the influence of the US on global financial cycles, this would help to reduce the volatility of capital flows to emergency market economies. Widespread use of SHC in international trade and finance could imply that the currencies that composed its basket could gradually be seen as reliable reserve asset, encouraging EMEs to diversify their holdings of safe asset away from the dollar. This would lessen the downward pressure on equilibrium interest rates and help alleviate the global liquidity trap. However, for all the possible line by the governor, there's remaining a lot of questions about this evolving technology. We know it's been reported that China has been looking at this idea since 2014, and their early experience shows that some risk, there's quite a bit of risk actually to privacy. From an article in Economist from April this year, China began exploring the concept in 2014 because technical upheaval in its current financial system. But the bigger price for China is the new power that will come with the central bank digital currency. China's version will be a centralized currency rather than anti-Bitcoin. Official will be able to track all digital cash in circulation, making it much harder to launder money or to evade taxes. The central bank could also use coding to control how money is used. For example, it issues the central bank digital currency to a commercial bank for lending onto small businesses. It could ensure that the money is activated not once transferred to a smaller, to be activated only once transferred to a smaller firm. And China may find it easier to make a nominal interest rate negative cash will no longer be an alternative to bank deposit because negative interest rates could apply to digital cash itself. These powers are still some way off.
Madame Gaudreau, point of order.
Mr. Speaker, yes, I would really like to know what is the link between the motion and what we're supposed to be looking at right now.
Mr. Dong.
I'll be very quick, and I'll be very quick to the point. Yes, Chair, I appreciate the point of order, but this is very important. What I'm trying to put forward to my colleagues is, first, there were 14 motions allowed, all motions allowed so far to be brought forward by members of this committee, by the chair. None of those out of 14 were given or came from our side, from a Liberal MP. And the point I'm trying to make is that there are very important issues that if we miss the chance to study right now, we will be entering a whole new world where we're always a few steps behind. So just bear with me for a second. I will come to what in Canada, what Bank of Canada has done on this central bank digital currency technology, and I'm sure you'll find it fascinating, and I'll bring it to my final point. In Canada, the Bank of Canada has been looking at this idea as well. June this year, they published an analytical note called Privacy in Central Bank Digital Currency Technology. Here are some of the key messages. There are many cryptographic techniques and operational arrangements for fine-grained privacy design. These demand knowledge of detailed requirements around privacy and disclosure. The bank could engineer a CBDC system with higher levels of privacy than commercial product can offer, but with trade-offs. And some of these trade-offs, including the combination of requirements, will not be feasible or may lead to higher operational cost and excessive complexity and risk. Also, the user's overall privacy will depend on the factor such as user behavior and the privacy policies of other entities in the CBDC ecosystem. Techniques to achieve cash-like privacy are immature, and they have limited developments, and none of which comply with Know Your Customer and anti-money laundering regulations.
Yes, Mr. Angus, point of order.
Mr. Chair, we do have some rules at this committee, and one of them is relevance. And again, this long-winded discussion about financial currency does not speak to the motion. We're speaking to a motion that the Liberals are obstructing. If he has nothing to speak to the motion, then we should go to the vote. But we have to have some manner of rules here. If he wants to speak to the issues regarding the motion, he can speak to that, but he can't just start to speak off on cryptocurrency. Next, he might speak on the history of the Romanian language or something, or some other subject that might be very interesting in another time, but it is obstructive here.
Chair, last time I talked about the importance of anti-Asian racism, I was interrupted multiple times by Mr. Angus. And I'm trying to bring the members' attention to the fact that 14 motions, including last year and this year, being allowed for debate in front of this committee, none of those came from our side. And, you know,
Mr. Dong, I was trying to respond to Mr. Angus because there was a relevant point of order, and so I just encourage you again to try and weave your statement into something that is relevant to the motion.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Chair. My point to my honorable colleague is that I understand where he's coming from, but the fact is that I was never, given a chance to talk about issues that is so important, not just to me, to my constituents, to people I meet and talk, and I receive phone calls from during this pandemic. And I was never given any opportunity to go in depth to talk about these issues. And I hope once I shed some light on these issues, the committee members will understand that maybe, or even just consider, maybe we should switch our attention from debating the same thing over and over again onto something that really matters to Canadians and also that address their everyday issues. So very quickly, I just want to share with you what Bank of Canada has done on digital currency. So there are 3 more points. Techniques to archive cash-like privacy is immature. I talk about that. Maintaining privacy and complying with regulations, the latter which requires disclosure of information, presents a quite a bit a challenge for CBDC. This further is complicated by need to proactive disclosure to prevent fraud. And final point is public trust in public privacy design. The banking acts could enhance through the third-party reviews of CBDC architect and operations. And in this October, which is just a month ago, Deputy Governor Tim Lane said during the panel on the future of money, the main point, I think, is this is all looking a lot more urgent because the speed with which technology is evolving. With COVID, we've seen an acceleration in the shift of activities online, and that suggests that if we want to be ready to develop any kind of digital central bank product, we need to move faster than we thought was going to be necessary. And I will agree with the governor, and that's my point earlier. It is rapidly evolving technology, and something needs to be reviewed before the country around the world start to move towards this direction. And I'm sure members of this committee would agree that it is our role as member of committee on access to information, privacy, ethics, that we study this subject and that we do it as soon as possible. And I expect to hear from my colleagues, which I've heard already a few times from the other side, have been saying that, just vote on this motion and we can get to yours. Well, Chair, as I demonstrated previously, both in our last meeting and earlier in my remarks today, that it's simply not the case. Voting on their motion doesn't mean I'll get a turn to speak next or to move a motion next and to be discussed and accepted and really get the committee to study on something I think and I've heard from my constituents that are so important to them. So, with that in mind, I move that the committee proceed to my motion from October 13th, that pursuant to Standing Order 108-3H7, the Standing Committee on Access to Information, Privacy, Ethics conduct a study of no more than 4 meetings on the use of digital currency in Canada and around the world, and that the committee investigate the potential implications for individual citizens and businesses' privacy and property rights in Canada.
Well, Mr. Dong, we presently have a motion on the floor. We can deal with one motion at a time. and that's really the way the business of the committee works.
Point of order, Chair.
Yes, go ahead, Madam Shanahan.
Yeah, far be it from me to interrupt, but I think if you ask the clerk, I think you'll find that this is a dilatory motion moving to other business for the committee. So I perhaps we can take if you'd like to confer with the clerk, or we can take a 5-minute break.
Okay.
Point of order.
Yes, Mr. Angus.
Thank you. I've seen a lot in my many years, but listening to Mr. Dong feel he's been hard done by because he doesn't get what he wants and he wants to do something on his own. That's not a credible reason to interrupt what has been an ongoing discussion literally since the summer, because Mr. Dong would rather do something else. Maybe he's bored. Maybe he should move to another committee. You can't erase a motion that hasn't been voted on. If he wants to, we could send him the book of rules. He could read it up. He could maybe help out at some other committees, but we have work to do. So I think this is just another game, another obstruction, another circus on the Liberals, and Mr. Dong should do better. And I think we need to now get back to our motion and stop wasting time.
Point of order, Chair. Point of order, Chair. I just heard the lecture from the honorable member, Mr. Angus, to me as a new member on the rules. But I think this has been done previously. You know, I remember Mr. Barrett interrupted Madame Goudreau's motion with his motion.
Okay.
So what I'm saying is that given the history of this committee, 14 motions came forward, none from this side.
Mr. Dong, please.
Perhaps
order, please.
we
Mr.
can
Dong.
study my motion first.
Hang on just for a minute. Getting into debate amongst each other and everything is not going to be helpful. It is 1:14 p.m. right now, and I'm certain that people would need to maybe have a nature break anyway. So why don't we suspend right now, and I will give you a ruling on what is at hand. We'll suspend for 15 minutes. Make it 20. We'll suspend for 20 minutes.
20 minutes.
we took some time to deliberate, and there was a massive amount of experience, I can tell you, between the number of people who are looking into this matter. There is precedence for a motion being considered dilatory when there's an order from the House. So in this case, there's no order to the committee in regards to the motion that Mr. Dong was proposing to simply put another motion on the table and then sideline or remove the motion that's at hand in the debate. So we need to proceed with the motion that is at hand, and then we could consider new business after that, or of course, if we have an order from the House, and that would be substantive to go to a vote right away for the committee to consider that. So right now, Mr. Dong, your motion would not be in order, and we'll continue on with the speakers list.
Point of order, Chair.
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Dong.
I listened carefully to what you just said, and my colleague, Mr. Angus, also advised me I should read the rule book. So I'm just reading the rule book here, Bosc and Gagnon, page 1067 to 1068. It says a dilatory motion is a motion designed to dispose the original question before the committee, either for the time being or permanently. Dilatory motion do not require notice, nor can they be amended or debated. They're therefore put to a vote immediately. The main dilatory motion admissible in committee include that the committee proceed to, in brackets, another order of business. This motion results in the matter then under the consideration by the committee being replaced by the order of business proposed in the motion. If the motion is carried, the committee immediately proceed to the order referring to referred in the motion. So I asked if you could enlighten the committee, on the interpretation of this section of the rule book.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Absolutely. Go ahead, Madam Gladue, and then I'll respond to this.
Thank you, Chair. And I realize that, I'm not always at Ethics Committee, but I have been paying attention to what goes on. And I just think the whole motion is disgraceful. I mean, this is a government. The Liberals have been calling that they're open and transparent, and yet, the committee is trying to get at an ethical matter, and they've done nothing but stall and filibuster and redact documents, and now minutia procedural motions to keep Canadians from getting the information that they absolutely need. I think it's disgraceful.
Thank you.
Point of order, Chair.
Yes, Mr. Angus.
Sorry, yes, I just hoping that maybe we can actually get our committee back to a working relationship. I'm very glad Mr. Dong went and read the rule book, but this is clearly not a dilatory motion and you've moved on it. As for Madame Gladue's attack on Mr. Dong, I would like to offer a compromise. I mean, Mr. Dong has been obstructing our work for 4 months. We could have dealt with his motion at any time if we'd gotten our work done. So as a compromise, I would ask Mr. Dong if he would agree to ask his Liberal colleagues to stop obstructing our work, allow us to deal with this motion, allow us to get this study done. If we had done this study back in September, we may be looking at his, whether it has merit or not, we would have an opportunity. So as in an offer of compromise to Mr. Dong, would he agree to stop obstructing so that we're not wasting another day, another week, another 2 or 3 or 4 months, and then he may actually then have an opportunity to present something to us. It's an offer of compromise.
Point of order, Chair.
Thank you, Mr.
I feel I need to respond to that.
I'll tell you what, Mr. Dong, I'd be glad to allow you to respond to that. Let me just explain to you, because you came back with a concern quoting from the book, and you did rightly quote it. I may have not been coherent enough for you to get the parlance that we're dealing with. There's a very fine line here. We don't have another order of business to go to. That is the fine line between ruling your motion in order or not. And so that's you're absolutely correct. If there was another order of business coming from the House that you would be moving to, then that would be in order. But your motion is not an order of business. It's simply one that is, putting on, that you can put on notice, but it's not a motion that's an order from the House.
Okay, Chair. I was going to say that I remember, first of all, I asked a whole bunch of questions in front of when we consider Mr. Barrett's motion, and including, why are we running a parallel investigation with the commissioner? And also, the other point is that I point out there being 14 motions put forward for discussion, and I just feel like there was no opportunity for me to, even propose the motion that is of great interest of my constituents. We all have constituents to answer to. And the third point is that Mr. Barrett moved a motion to dispose Madame Goudreau's original motion, so to put his motion forward. And there was a recent precedent set, and that's why I put forward this dilatory motion and for the committee to vote on.
Yeah, so in the case of Mr. Barrett's motion, well, first off, the committee voted to do exactly what he did. He had moved a motion to suspend debate on that particular motion. Then the committee voted, and that's the history of what happened there. This is a different circumstance, and believe me, Mr. Dong, I'm doing the best that I can, and I want to commend our clerk as well. That she's also doing the best that she can in order to make sure that we get this right. But I'm very confident in the ruling that I just made, and we need to continue on in the fashion that we are with the motion that's at hand.
Why?
A point of order, Chair.
Yes, Mr. Surveyor, point of order.
And I think this is the first time I've spoken, and it's about 1:48, so about 3 hours in. So really nice to see everyone, of course. So, Chair, I would like to ask, in terms of my study of the procedures, and I'm not a procedural expert by any stretch of the imagination. I try my best to follow along and read the Green Book, which I have just right behind me here, and then I take out, and I call it the Green Book. In terms of the committee, in terms of how we proceed forward, and in terms of trying to further understand what we can present and what we can't present as members of Parliament here at committee, in terms of what dilatory motions are and what type of dilatory motions will be accepted here. So I do ask, Chair, if you can please clarify for me and the committee members what the types of dilatory motions that we can present forward, and that will be allowed by yourself, and interpretation from the clerk. If we can get some explanation on that, I think that would be great from my understanding of how I can provide better feedback to the committee and better feedback in terms of understanding and learning as a member of Parliament. That would be greatly appreciated. Thank you, Chair.
With great respect and humility, Mr. Surveyor, we could have a workshop sometime on that. The passage on committees is quite procedures manual. I have read it 3 or 4 times, and of course, there's a new version out now. We always need to keep apprised of. But look, if it's a dilatory motion, we will rule accordingly. And like I said, we do everything we possibly can to make sure that the rulings are correct and fair to all.
And I'm still, if I can just reference back. So will Chair, will you now allow that the committee to now adjourn?
If somebody has the floor, moves that motion, then we have to go directly to a vote, Mr. Surveyor.
Sorry, Chair. Point of order. We're now seeing that the Liberals are first they attempted to throw out a motion, which they couldn't. They've been undermining the decision of the chair. Now Mr. Surveyor is attempting to shut the hearing down when he doesn't have the floor, as far as I know. I would say to my Liberal colleagues, if they do not respect the decision of the chair, they can challenge the chair. Otherwise, they need to be quiet allow the committee to continue its work and let the next speaker speak.
Thank you, Mr. Angus. I am going to review the speakers list right now. We have Mr. Barrett, Madam Latanzio, Mr. Sorbera, Mr. Fergus, Madam Shanahan, Madam Gladzou, Madam Gaudreau, and then we'll go to Mr. Barrett.
Well, thanks, Chair. That's an interesting set of interventions that we've just seen. We're more than 25 hours into filibustering in this session of this committee, and we've heard reference back to the previous session at length about motions that were introduced and motions that were defeated. We heard from one of the previous speakers that the committee ought to, when it comes to dealing with ethical matters, we ought to only review the work of the ethics commissioner. But when a motion was put forward to have the ethics commissioner come and present his report, the Trudeau Report 2, which was the second finding that Prime Minister Justin Trudeau had broken ethics laws, the Liberal members of this committee voted against that happening. Now, when we have a motion in front of us to take a look at a number of ethical issues, including the Canada Student Service Grant Administration and the awarding of that contribution agreement, they don't want to vote on that motion either. And I heard from one of the previous speakers great disappointment that there isn't an opportunity to deal with the agenda items that they would like to put forward. Now, we can deal with more than one thing at a time. The committee can work concurrently on two studies, but when over a 6-week period, we've had dozens of hours of filibustering, it prevents the opportunity for those other issues to come forward. And if the committee viewed that those issues ought to be studied, those studies could happen concurrently with whatever else this committee decides. Now, eventually, this motion ought to come for a vote, and when it does, then if a study is the will of committee, then that can happen, and perhaps other studies could happen concurrently, but nothing else will happen. Nothing else will happen until the filibuster ends, until the cover-up is brought to an end. We've seen all of the tactics and all of the strategies on full display. And interestingly, at the start of the meeting, we heard something new, and that's that Speaker Spotlight has destroyed all of the records of speaking engagements for the individuals named in the motion, the Prime Minister and his spouse, for any period outside of 7 years. Now, interestingly, this committee ordered those documents, and actually more documents, but it included those documents in the previous session. And Speaker Spotlight requested an extension. They needed more time to assemble the documents, and the committee granted them all of the time that they requested. And on the eve that those documents were to be released to the committee, and on the day that illegally redacted documents were released to the Finance Committee, Prime Minister Justin Trudeau prorogued Parliament. He shut down the House and locked out committees. Now, since that time, Speaker Spotlight has communicated with the committee clerk once this session started, and even said the documents were ready to go. But just now, we've heard that those documents many of them have been destroyed. And I want to draw to the committee's attention a letter from the government House Leader, Pablo Rodriguez, and that letter is dated October 19th, 2020. And in that letter, on the second page, in the fourth paragraph, and I'll quote here, it says, as a demonstration of transparency, the Prime Minister has asked that I proactively share exhaustive information with you about events organized through Speaker Spotlight, for which the Prime Minister was a guest speaker. Speaker Spotlight has confirmed the accuracy of these events and fees listed. And I'll stop quoting the letter there. Well, it's very interesting to me that Speaker Spotlight was able to confirm the accuracy of those events and fees listed, if any of them appear outside of that 7-year period that we're currently in now. So I'm curious about that, and think that it's all the more important now, when with the conflicting testimony that we've had, that that Mr. Angus spoke about, the contradictions that we've seen, the disinformation campaign that is truly underway, the likes of which, frankly, I don't believe have ever been seen in Canadian politics, that we're seeing from the WE organization, and now this major discrepancy. Well, this motion that we have does call for a member of that organization to testify at the committee, and I think that that's important. Canadians need these answers, and what we've seen with dozens of hours of testimony, or excuse me, dozens of hours of filibustering, is the continuation of a cover-up. Something else that's really of this magnitude that has not been seen before, where the Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, shut down the House, issued documents ordered by a committee that were redacted and against the committee's orders, and then had parliamentary secretaries out in the news media saying, "Oh no, the law clerk redacted those documents. It was not PCO or other government officials." The law clerk had to write a letter to clear his own name, to say, no, ladies and gentlemen, these documents came to me redacted against the committee's order. Highly inappropriate, highly unusual. And then we've come to this committee, and we've seen the same at Finance. We've seen it at other committees as well, where government members are filibustering. And they talk about wanting to get to work for Canadians and the importance of these other motions. It's disingenuous at best to say that these other items are important if they're not willing to vote on the motion. A previous speaker said that it was frustrating, or expressed frustration and disappointment, that motions hadn't been moved by government members. Government members need to be reminded that they do not hold a majority in this committee or in this House. And the odds are against them on the order in which those motions members will be recognized. And so, just like on this issue, where they can't just crush the questions, like we saw with the SNC-Lavalin scandal, that saw the Prime Minister found guilty of breaking ethics laws for a second time. This time they can't shut down the committee. We've already seen Parliament and committees shut down, but now we're back. They were willing to force an election over this in the House, but here at committee, they're just willing to give up any other work that this committee would do, and that's their choice. That's their choice. I can tell you that I'm ready for this item to come to a vote today. I've polled my Conservative colleagues on this committee. They tell me they are ready for this to come to a vote today. I expect, if you canvassed other opposition members, that you may find a similar willingness for this to come to a vote today. But the arguments that we're hearing from the government that we should be doing something else, and because they might not be next in line or next recognized when a vote is or when business is considered, and for their motion to be put in front of the committee, that they're going to, as the saying goes, cut off their nose to spite their face. They're not going to. They're going to filibuster all work of this committee because they didn't get their way to this point. Well, these are the realities of a minority parliament. Canadians revoked the majority mandate of these Liberals for reasons like the Prime Minister twice being found guilty of breaking ethics laws. Will it happen a third time? We shall see. But today, this committee has a motion that is in order in front of it, that the ruling of the chair on the admissibility of this motion has been upheld. And while we heard multiple unofficial challenges against the chair and undermining of the chair prior to my taking the floor, well, here we are. And it's up to these Liberals to decide if they're going to continue the cover-up or if they're going to stand against corruption, stand for accountability. And Chair, I'd invite you to ask members of the committee if they're prepared to bring this to a vote. And in that spirit of collaboration that Mr. Angus spoke about, Chair, I would not seek the floor in advance of Mr. Dong from the Liberal Party if he wanted to put his motion forward, in spite of the fact that he wanted to hijack this debate. I'd be happy to debate his motion next. Perhaps those studies can happen concurrently. So there's the olive branch. You want to do two things at once? Let's do them. Today's the day. That offer, of course, is a limited time only offer. So today, I'm happy to move forward concurrently with multiple items for this committee. But I get the feeling, Chair, that this isn't about collaboration and it's not about doing other work. It's about a cover-up. Canadians deserve the truth. Chair, let's see if members of the Liberal Party have the courage of their convictions and they're prepared to vote on this motion.
Thank you very much, Mr. Barrett. I'll take a look. I see no consensus. No consensus at all, Mr. Barrett. Now on to Madam Latanzio.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to reply perhaps early on in terms of what some of the comments that were made this morning, and specifically in terms of what has transpired in the past with regards to where we are. As one colleague mentioned, the chronology of events, but I'm going to stop short and focus on when the motion was voted on by a replacement of a member of the same political stripe as my colleague that sits on this committee. And I'm going to tell you how I see things, because it's fine and dandy to say and accuse and say one party is wasting time and not wanting to move on and sort of like, alluding to the fact that, we do not want to work collaboratively. We do. And what I see from my perspective is that a vote was taken. And member comes back and says, that was an error. I was not satisfied with that explanation. And I think that we need to respect, the outcome of a vote. Because if we simply are of the opinion that another member of the same political stripe comes back and says, look, I would have voted differently, doesn't have a chance to be able to go back on that motion and reverse the outcome of the vote, and then goes back, presents an amendment on the exact same paragraphs or writings that we disposed of because there was goodwill around the table. We had another member who had made the amendments on the original motion, and I think that there was a goodwill amongst the majority of us to be able to move on with this issue. We want to move on with this issue because we heard the message from the Conservatives loud and clear. If we do not vote on this, well, we're not going to move on. So who is holding us back here? I can tell you from this side of the fence, we want to move on. But I'm afraid, Mr. Chair, that we're going to be going into a slippery slope if we are of the opinion that we vote on a subject matter, not satisfied with the outcome of the vote. We come back and we introduce the exact same wording of what we decided on, only because we didn't like the outcome of the vote. And so if that's how we're going to be conducting ourselves in this committee, as a new member of this committee, I wonder if we're ever going to be able to get past any motions or any work. I'm afraid we're setting a precedent and an example of If we do not like the outcome of the vote, doesn't matter. Just come back, present the exact same thing, amend it into a motion that we're discussing, and that's that. And up until such time as we do not agree to that, well, I'm sorry. Everything will be stifled. Committee work will not be able to go on. We've heard that loud and clear. Either you do this and we move to a vote.
Monsieur le Président.
A point of order, Madame Gaudreau. Yes. I'd like an explanation. We're being given very unsatisfactory words here. And my replacement clearly mentioned that there were untranslated statements and that hadn't been heard, and clearly it was not the vote that she did. It was an error. Why is she not invited? Why don't we take a look? Let's take a look. Yes, we're saying something about something that happened in the past, but you have to be careful. We haven't really gone around the issue. We haven't looked at the issue deeply. She's saying, I couldn't vote because I didn't have the information. I didn't have the audio. I didn't have the wording, and that's pretty serious.
Thanks, Madam Gaudreau. Continue on, Madam Lattanzio.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And so I think that it's important that we look on the other side of the medal and we can appreciate another perspective in terms of what we have transpiring at this committee. So now I've started with that and I'm going to end with that. So now let me get to take a few moments and speak today in reference to the motion that is before us. To be fair, Chair, I thought that after the defeat of this motion last week, that we may finally be moving on from this matter into items that Canadians are actually concerned with. There are several topics of study that we could be reviewing at this committee, including looking at the COVID alert contact tracking application, facial recognition software, reviewing the Conflict of Interest Act, and I can go on and on and on. There have been several study recommendations, all of which merit a serious discussion and a serious review by this committee. And now we are once again discussing a motion that, while, Mr. Chair, may be a legitimate topic of study, in practice the motion does something vastly different. What I'm trying to get to the bottom of, Chair, is that the purpose of this motion needs to be looked at carefully. Because on one side, we see MP Madame Gaudreau proposing a study on the procedures in place to prevent conflicts of interest in the PMO, which I think is a fair study. Then at the next moment, she narrows her study, only reviewing the current Prime Minister, and in particular, the speaking fees he and his wife may have received. Now, clearly, and it is apparent to me that this is a back doorway to try and continue the review into the We Charity matter. Even though as a committee, we already decided this matter last week with a vote. Furthermore, the information being requested in this motion not only goes back well before the time frame of the We Charity matter, but it goes beyond the Prime Minister's time in government back to when he was elected as an MP. I fail to see any relevance to this type of request, Mr. Chair. In reviewing the motion of Madame Gaudreau, I would say that I can at least understand the purpose of this motion and the study being proposed. It has its merits, And I think there is a lot that could be learned by studying how all governments handled matters of conflict of interest and review the best practices to prevent them now and also in the future. As I also mentioned, I do find the scope of this motion rather bizarre. On the one hand, we are examining procedures that are in place to prevent conflicts of interest as they relate to the office of the Prime Minister. As I noted, on the face of it, this seems like a legitimate course of action. However, we also have provisions of this motion that have no relevance, and I highlight no relevance whatsoever to the stated topic of discussion. At a minimum, I would challenge the relevance of why a topic that we may want to look into as part of the study is being established as part of the terms of reference of the study. However, no other matters that we may look into as part of the studies are being given that same consideration and honor. The opposition is blatantly disguising this fishing exposition, as my colleague, Mr. Francesco Zorbera, has called it, as it relates to the We Charity matter. They are pretty much saying, it's fine. We want to get to the bottom of real issues. Let's take a look at how the PMO prevents conflicts. But by the way, while we are here, let's have the requested details and documentation that have absolutely nothing to do with the study on hand. My opposition colleagues know full well there is no merit whatsoever in this request for documents from Speaker's Spotlight. The very idea that the Prime Minister's past speaking engagements are somehow related to this matter are just simply absurd. That is why we call this a fishing expedition. There is no proof to back up the claims being made by my colleagues on the other side. And therefore, they are looking, Mr. Chair, to reach all the way back to 2008 in the hopes that they find something. Yet, there is only one issue with that approach, Mr. Chair. The information being requested by the members across the way has already been released, and we've said this time and time over again, by the Prime Minister himself just a few weeks ago. Furthermore, the information that was released by the Prime Minister was already in the public sphere, as it was released by him when he first became the Liberal leader. Members of the media and the opposition have had over 7 years to look at these speaking engagements. And in those 7 years, nothing has come to light. Our Prime Minister, Mr. Trudeau, followed all the guidelines and requirements as an MP when he took on those speaking engagements, and when he became the leader, he ceased doing them, as we referenced this morning. In relation to the Prime Minister's spouse, Madame Grégoire Trudeau, we all know that she has worked with the We in the past. Nobody has denied that. It's well documented and recognized, and furthermore, it was cleared by the Ethics Commissioner himself. There is no active investigation into her involvement. The Ethics Commissioner has publicly acknowledged that she was cleared to have the involvement she had and to be reimbursed for reasonable expenses. So it begs the question, colleagues, why are we looking into this matter? Now, I have to say, Mr. Chair, that I am happy that my colleagues have come to their senses and dropped the idea of looking into the private and personal lives of Madame Margaret Trudeau and Mr. Alexander Trudeau. We really would have been sailing into the uncharted waters if we as a committee decided that we were going to start studying the private lives of parliamentarians' family members. As you all very well know, Mr. Chair, we at the Standing Committee of Parliament are not an investigative body. We have an individual that does exactly that. There is no due process in the conduct of a parliamentary committee. There are no lawyers present, and there are no judges present. There is no framework that we can conduct ourselves with judicial fairness. This is non-existent. So this very idea that we would start going down the rabbit hole of investigating members of an MP's family was very concerning. While my opposition colleagues may have wished we were in the United States Congress, where investigations like this are commonplace, we're in Canada, and we are not. So I'm happy we have at least partially moved on with the amendments brought forward by our colleague, Mr. Angus. That being said, here we are again today, and as our colleagues keep on reminding me and others of the many hours that we've been discussing this very motion, still looking to have documents produced by Speaker's Spotlight, and now with this motion, going one step further by requesting that representatives of this organization appear. I think it's reasonable to assume that my opposition colleagues will not keep their questioning of these witnesses to the topic on hand. They have shown no proactivity to sticking to the facts or central points of discussion. The Prime Minister has been open and transparent with his past work and speaking engagements. Documents have also been produced. Madame Grégoire Trudeau has also been open and transparent in her work as well. All documents relating to speaking engagements are out in the public domain for everyone and all to scrutinize. All this motion seeks to do is further tie up this committee's important work. So who's holding up this committee? There is absolutely no purpose to the motion at hand. I think it's actually very important that we get down to the real business of Canadians and look at some of these and other very important studies that we have before us, that we have discussed even today. Colleagues have made reference to some of the motions that have been put on the table. And over the past several weeks, we as a committee voted on this matter last week. The matter was decided. We need to move on. We need to turn the page. Now it is the time for us to get back to work and focus on the issues that really matter, colleagues. I ask that we move from this and we get back to the motion that had been amended by our colleague, Mr. Angus, previously, and that we move on and that we can dispose in doing the work that we have the responsibility to do. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Matanzio. Just a reminder of our speaking list. It's Mr. Sorbera, Mr. Fergus, Madam Shanahan, Madam Gladue, Madam Goudreau, and Mr. Dong, and Mr. Angus. Now we'll go to Mr. Sorbera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and great to see everyone. As I said, earlier on. It's great to be here this Monday. Obviously, quite an eventful past few days in the world, and we want to wish all administrations well. And I think I put out a few tweets and put points on Instagram that we, as someone who was able to reside, and I'll go back to the motion, someone who lived and worked and has many relatives in the United States, I wish the administration and the people of the United States, our great southern neighbors, bon chance and good work, and I look forward to working together as a vice chair of the Interparliamentary Association. It's great to, going to be a great constructive relationship, I feel, and with all administrations, of course. Chair, one thing that's been brought up about the vote that happened a few weeks ago when there was a change in the individual that had to leave committee for whatever reason, or obviously valid reason, of course, and then had to be replaced by a colleague, and the matters that ensued. And I really want to point out that the individual at hand did ask questions in terms of clarification, did listen intently, and then voted. And that's democracy, and that's democracy, whether it's in the House of Commons or democracy here as we see it, and how committees work. And if I look at the rules in terms of corrections in a vote, they obviously cannot be changed without the unanimous consent of the House or a committee. And I'm, for one, I'm not for one that believes in mulligans or do-overs. I just don't. That's not the way the world works in a democracy. Just because we don't like the result at the end of the day doesn't mean we can just go and vote on it again until we get the result that we need. So I'm not worried that. In terms of Mr. Angus's intervention today on WE, and let me just move some stuff around here on my screen. And I think of the interventions he had today on WE, which I actually found quite interesting and relevant. We're not here to investigate WE. We're not here. I'm not here to defend WE in any way. I listened intently to Mr. Angus's comments and concerns, and what he pointed out in terms of the WE story, and scenarios and iterations that have followed on in the last couple of weeks, and or certain organizations supporting or acting on behalf of WE, what Mr. Angus read into the record today. Because I focus on, because frankly, Chair, I did not know about this organization prior to the happenings, until the program or the proposed program was going to be announced. So it was an organization I had never heard about, and I've subsequently heard much about the organization from educators, from principals, from folks, and all about, and some of it's been constructive, and well, I'd say some of it's been constructive to learn about the goings on. So I share Deputy Angus's concerns. Absolutely. I'm a big believer in transparency. I read the write-up in the Toronto Star, and I don't think that Toronto Star has ever been stated that it's a right-leaning paper, more of a centrist paper, I would say, maybe center-left. And I read the comments that was written there, and I read the story there. And in fact, I think we should all. I fundamentally believe in asking the question why, when something is stated. Why are we doing something? Why should I believe in something? Where is it coming from? Where's the message coming from? And whether it's who's supporting it, whether it's something written by the Fraser Institute or something written by the Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives, I always question it, and that's my nature. I don't believe the hype, and I like to investigate and dig deeper on an intellectual basis on whether I support a position. I don't believe in firebrand and populism or anything like that. I just believe in facts, and I believe in helping, putting in place good policy to assist people. And I want to make sure my constituents are informed. But Mr. Chair, the opposition is trying to make this committee into, I don't want to use the word circus, but we're here, it's 25 hours in, or whatever the number of days in. The Finance Committee, which I participated in during the summertime, heard from the Kielburger brothers for 4 long hours. And whether we liked the testimony they stated, whether we thought it was transparent or whether we thought it was forthright, that's for each committee member to decide. That's for all Canadians to decide. In fact, I don't know these two individuals, never met them, never talked to them, never been in a room with them. Don't know who they are, and so forth. And what I can say is, when I look at the response in terms of our government's response to COVID-19, and as we continue to work along in terms of allowing business to recover, having the backs of Canadians, that's what I'm focused on. This meeting was remarkable. The meeting with the Kilburgers I'm referencing, Chair, in as much as that for all the hype and accusations that were made by the opposition, at the end of the day, all questions put forth were answered and all documents were requested. They agreed to provide to the committee. I do note that much of the last hour and a half of the meeting was basically a rehashing of the same questions over and over again by the opposition. I remember that day vehemently, or it's kind of imprinted, just the questions for the first half were then repeated in the second half. I was disappointed, but not surprised at this, as the opposition knew for a fact, or at least should have, if they read the contribution agreement, that We Charity would make $0 from this agreement. They knew that we would only be reimbursed for eligible expenses, yet the opposition continued to promote the fallacy that we was in it to make money, when in fact we knew it wasn't. Now, again, I'm not here to defend we. That's not my stick at all. But I'm here to go over something that we need to point out to the committee members. The opposition tried and failed over and over to find some sort of political interference with the selection of we, when we know that actually it was the opposite. It was the opposite, is in fact that as the chief of staff to the Prime Minister pointed out, and as the Prime Minister pointed out, that a lot of tough questions were asked in terms of why are we selecting that organization? What is the program about? And I call it due diligence. And the prior life due diligence was going into a data room and looking for facts and looking at the numbers. And this point here is just asking tough questions. But we heard after time after time that all the evidence points to what we heard from Ms. Wernick in her testimony. That decision was made after a proper assessment by the department with absolutely no, and what I define as zero, political interference. It is something that I think is goes to the heart of obviously our democracy. It goes to the heart of transparency and how any government operates, whether it's a prior conservative government, prior liberal government, that decisions are made and that bureaucrats are free to provide recommendations to ministers and their staff. And in this instance, if that was the case, that the recommendation came from the bureaucrats, from the civil servants, and we've seen them just do so much heavy lifting, Chair, over the last 7-8 months, whether it's the Canada Revenue Agency, whether it's for ESDC, whether it's the Minister of Seniors. We've just seen so much from the civil servants, and these are good folks. These are folks that are working for us and working for all Canadians. I understand how disappointed it would have been for the opposition that none of the facts seem to align with their narrative of some sort of collusion or political interference. The opposition has, for me, in my humble view, consistently mischaracterized the contribution agreement as being bigger than it really was. The contribution agreement wasn't $900 million; it was for $543 million. The difference was just allocated and not committed, which is, of course, common practice within government. And we know that, Chair. You're a part of a government for many years, and it's something that is something very important. I would expect the opposition to know that. But just to be clear, let me quote my learned friend when he was asked about a program that had money allocated yet, but did not spend it all. He said, "Thanks for your very, very much for your question. I think we need to put the issue of lapse funding into proper context. It is the regular practice of governments to spend underneath the budget that Parliament authorizes for them. And there's a good 800-year-old reason for that, which is that departments are not meant to spend what Parliament has not approved. And it's unwise to spend right up to the limit for fear of going over it. It is good, prudent financial management to come in under budget and to leave a buffer between that which you have approved and that which we spend." That, of course, was the Honourable I believe he was a minister in a private, Pierre Poilievre speaking. And I can forward the link, Chair, to you. He, I think, was during a HUMA meeting where he commented. So it seems that at one point that seems that at one point that the opposition did have an idea about the difference between money allocated. At no point did the opposition have an idea about the difference between money allocated and money committed to a program with a healthy reserve set aside. So let's take a look at the numbers. And this going back to, Mr. Angus brought up some very valid points this morning on WE, and I read that article. I was glad that the Toronto Star put something out in terms of exactly where this information came from, because it's very important. We know there in life these days that we need to understand the angle that organizations are coming from, and frankly, some organizations like the Fraser Institute, more of a center right, Canadian Center for Policy Alternatives, more of a center left. It's very, very important that we look at the biases. So let's look at the numbers. $912 million. The total value of the Canada Certain Steering Graph when the program was announced by Prime Minister Right Honorable Justin Trudeau on April 22nd. A comprehensive table that lays out all federal emergency spending estimates still assign that the number to the, I'll slow down for the interpreters. And interpreters, you guys are doing you folks are doing a fantastic job. Merci beaucoup pour ton travail.
Thank you very much for your work. It's very good.
And merci beaucoup pour ton patience.
And thank you for your patience.
Still assign that number to the CSSG program on July 28th. So if we look at that and we break it down, $543.53 million. The total federal funding allotted to the CCSG, according to the contribution agreement signed both by We Charity Foundation representatives and the Honorable Minister Bartis Shager. $354.23 million. In order to access this, additional funding approvals would have needed to be sought. $500 million, the total federal maximum funding allotted for students who would be eligible to receive $5,000 paid in increments of $1,000 for every 100 hours volunteered. $43.53 million, the total maximum federal funding possible to We Charity Foundation for eligible expenditures associated with the design, implementation, and delivery of the CCSG. $19.5 million for cohort 1 of $20,000, $13.53 million of cohort 2 of $20,000, $10.5 million supplementary cohort of up to $60,000. $30 million, the amount to be transferred to We Charity Foundation to get the program up and running. $5 million, the amount of We would transfer to other non-for-profits to enable their startup and program cost. $30,000 to be used for accessibility purpose. $40,000 number of students who could sign up for what this contribution agreement calls We Volunteer Service Opportunities across Canada, which included roles with both We and the program's other nonprofit partners. $60,000, the combined number of students who could sign up for what the contribution calls non-We Volunteer Service Opportunities, which would be generated for non-for-profits who proactively reach out and would like to be part of the program. So let us have a very brief recap, Chair.
Monsieur le Président.
Yes, point of order, Madam Goudreau.
Point of order? If possible, would be important to read slower. The interpreters don't have the text, so I think it's important to read slowly when a text is being read. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Goudreau. Continue on, Mr. Sorbera.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Madame Goudreau, for your intervention. I'm reading. I will try to read more slower this time.
As Craig Kilberger said, let me back up. So let us have a very brief recap of one of the Finance Committee meetings on this point. I will point out that it was much more informative and relevant than some of the other witnesses that have been called before us on this study. As Craig Kilberger said, and I quote, when employment and social Development Canada asked us to administer the Canada Student Service Grant. We regret that we did not recognize how this decision would be perceived. We would have never picked up the phone when the civil service called if we had known the consequences, that young people would not get the help they need now, and the 25 years of We Charity programs helping millions of youth would be in jeopardy. What a disgrace or shame that the founders of this organization that has been helped by elected officials from all parties and thousands of other people for the past 25 years was, in many people's eyes, unfairly badgered during their appearance. Much of the focus was on if somehow the Kielburgers were in it for the money. They promised to provide their T4 slips to the committee. I do note that they have already posted the information in regard to their remuneration online. I would like to read what it says into the record. The independent review was taken by the Honorable Stephen Gouge, a respected Canadian jurist who served on the Ontario Court of Appeal from 1996 to 2014. In 2013, Justice, I'm not doing his name service, but Gouge received the Law Foundation of Ontario's Guthrie Award for his outstanding contributions to Canada's justice system. Point A, WE's compensation of Craig and Mark Kielburger. I have reviewed a statement from the chair of We Charity's Board of Directors, a statement from members of We Charity's board, a statement from the CFO of We Charity and Me to We, a letter from me to We's accountants, and Craig and Mark Kielburger's 2017 and 2000 T4 statements of remuneration. Craig and Mark Kielburger's T4 slips show that they each received an income of $125,173.02 from Me to We in 2018, and that they each received an income of $113,461.54 from Me to We in 2017. The CFO of Me to We and We Charity certifies that these amounts represent the full extent of any payments which the Kielburgers received from Me to We in these years. We CFO also certifies that neither Craig nor Mark Kielburger has ever received, I repeat that, any form of salary from We Charity or its predecessors, or predecessor Free the Children. This is also the collective understanding of We Charity's Board of Directors. We CFO further certifies that neither Craig nor Mark Kielburger have ever received dividends from Me to We. Moreover, Me to We's accountants state that Me to We has never distributed dividends.
Yes, Madam Goodrow, point of order.
Oui, en fait.
Yes, I think the topic is on the amended motion. So I'm under the impression that we are just repeating ourselves here. So I think we need to vote now, and we focus on the motion at hand, and perhaps we could discuss the topic that is being addressed by the honorable member.
Thank you, Madam Goodrow. I will, as I have, and for all colleagues, caution just to stay relevant to the motion at hand, and please continue, Mr. Cervera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and again, merci beaucoup, Madame Goodrow, pour ta intervention, or sa intervention, I forget the today.
Thank you very much for your intervention.
Based on the above, moreover, neither Mark nor Craig Kielburger have received any form of salary from We Charity or its predecessor, Free the Children. I also contend and suggest to you, Chair, that the opposition members fully know that they would never admit this publicly, and certainly not in front of members of the media, that this is nothing more than a red herring, nothing more than trying to throw dirt and dig it up, a thinly concealed, thinly disguised campaign to try to embarrass the government. But I'm not here to defend the We Charity, and I said that at the outset, Chair, or the Kielburgers. I believe they are more capable of making their own defense. I do, however, take great exception to the notion that's still being promoted on this fishing trip of a study, that somehow the ESDC officials are engaging in some sort of cover-up to protect political members and their staff. This argument is not only extremely harmful to our professional public servants who have faithfully served governments of all stripes, but has absolutely no basis in fact. There's not one iota of evidence to suggest that the testimony of the senior public servants who serve under, irrespective whichever government in power, told anything but the truth. I am, and I use this word very cautiously, but I'm appalled that the opposition members have not issued an apology to the public servants who, in the midst of the pandemic, pulled together with the private sector a program that would have helped thousands of youth have an enjoyable, productive experience volunteering for groups across the country. I would like to remind Chair, through you, the members, of Ms. Wernick's testimony at committee where she said, "Our experience with the Canada Service Corps program had taught us many things about the key ingredients for successful youth service initiative. First, to engage in a service, the majority of youth, in particular youth who are underrepresented and who are from groups facing barriers, require additional supports, ranging from orientation to mentoring to wraparound supports. Secondly, the biggest influencers of youth are other youth. The success of the initiative required a strong start, whereby a large number of meaningful opportunities would be available to immediately grab youth's interest so they would spread the word with their friends. Youth do not come to government websites, no matter how well we build them. There was a need for active outreach to find youth where they were. Promotion and communications tailored to a younger audience that would reach them through all social media platforms were essential. And Chair, we know how important social media platforms are, although I believe Facebook is less youth are on that and more on Instagram and TikTok, which I'm still not sure how to operate sometimes. The purpose was to create a digital platform that allowed for registration of students in not-for-profit organizations, including directly inputting information, logging and tracking of hours, and matching of students with opportunities. This required analysis of what technological capability would be required, how it would meet all government requirements for bilingualism, accessibility, and protection of personal information, and how to ensure the system. The third party needed massive speed, reach, and scale, Chair, an ability to quickly mobilize the whole country. The third party needed a demonstrated track record.
Madam
Goodrow.
Point of order. Two things. First, I'd like to ask my colleague to speak slowly. So it's there's a lot of redundancy in what we're hearing. I'm missing parts of his speech because he's speaking too fast. So I'd like him to slow down.
Thank you, Madam Goodrow. Mr. Cervera, please keep your cadence to a pace that the translation team can deal with, okay?
Merci beaucoup, Madame Goodrow. Excusez-moi, je parle trop vite.
I'm sorry, Madame Goodrow. I'm speaking too fast.
The third party needed a demonstrated track record of mobilizing youth for service and to be technologically strong. Some of the bodies we considered and set aside were small advocacy groups with no program delivery experience. Other organizations did not have experience with youth, nor did they have strong technological capacity. Many had never delivered a program of such complexity. I did engage We Charity as a potential partner. Again, this Ms. Wernick's testimony, letting them know the broad parameters of what the government was looking for. they were an obvious option as the largest youth service charity in Canada with high technological capacity and a Facebook following of 4 million youth. They had already provided to several officials and ministers a proposal related to social entrepreneurship and indicated it could be adapted as needed. On April 22nd, We Charity sent me a detailed proposal to quickly develop tens of thousands of volunteer placements for youth within a few weeks. Given the need for speed and scale, I determined with my team and colleagues that their draft proposal was the best available option in the time we had to work with. The team proceeded to work up the proposed initiative in a form that could be vetted by central agencies and considered by Cabinet. I sent the draft Cabinet proposal to the Deputy Minister for approval, and her office sent it on to the Minister in early May. To be clear, the department's recommendation was that a contribution agreement with We Charity to mobilize other non-for-profit partners was the best available option, given the requirement for speed, scope, scale, and to reach a broad diversity of youth. Concluded, Ms. Wernick. There has not been one single iota of evidence of any interference by ministers, their staff, or any others in the awarding of this contribution agreement. I believe that when the Prime Minister makes his appearance before this committee tomorrow, that it will be clear to all Canadians, with of course the exception of the rabid partisans who never let the facts get in the way of their arguments, that there was no political interference in either direct or implied in the wording of the contribution agreement. I find it appalling that in the middle of the pandemic, with any real work before the committee, that we spend any more time on this study. Mr. Chair, we know we are here in reference to the amended motion that began from Mr. Angus's motion, and I think I see this in the last meeting that we had, and obviously we are on a break week, and many of us have had to, because of today, the call for today's meeting, rearrange our schedules, which is fine. These are the facts of, I guess, like the TV series, the facts of life. And you know, I go back to Mr. Angus's motion and how we worked together, the original Mr. Angus motion, how we worked together. I'm just trying to find it here. Oh, there we go. Motions. How we worked together with Mr. Angus's motion, and how we removed, I believe it was 2 of the bullet points that were really not of significance. And in terms of the examination of the use of partisan resources and processes in the appointment of federal judges that may have constituted violations of the privacy rights of nominees, we removed that, and we removed bullet point A, I believe, and somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, an examination into MCAP and Rob Silver's involvement with the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy and the Canada Emergency Commercial Rent Assistance Programs. So I go back to that original motion, the motion that Mr. Angus had put forward on October 22nd of this very remarkable and unique year of 2020. And I know yesterday we lost two great Canadians and former member of Parliament, Progressive Conservative member of Parliament, Mr. Howie Meeker, and a great champion of ice hockey and someone I watched for many years, and Alex Trebek, which no explanation needed. And I read Mr. Mangus's motion that, comma, pursuant to Standing Order 1083H, that this committee undertake a study into issues of conflict of interest and the Lobbying Act in relation to pandemic spending. Okay, that this study continue our work with relating to the Canada Student Service Grant, including this committee's work to review the safeguards to prevent conflicts of interest in federal government expenditures. Okay, government spending, We Charity, and the Canada Student Service Grant, and the administration of the Canada Student Service Grant and We Charity. I apologize, interpreters, excuse me, Ma, if I am going too fast. And that this study include the 4 bullet points, 2 of which we had removed. And we're voting on, and we passed. I, Mr. Angus, on that your motion, Deputy Angus, who I've always said have a great deal of respect for, and I'm not just saying that because we're hitting here on ethics, because I'd say this privately and publicly. That to me, I thought was very constructive. I thought we could move forward from that motion, but then we had the mulligan, and the mulligan came back in terms of amendments brought forth by Ms. Goudreau. And to me, that we've got to a place where I just don't think is what I would call correct and right. I don't think that we should have gotten there. I think in looking at Mr. Angus's original motion, I think everything that was here was encompassed what we needed to study, encompassed where we should be going, and Chair, we could have moved forward in a constructive manner. We have a lot of stuff to study. We have a lot of stuff to do and share, and a lot of stuff to learn. It's fascinating everything that's going on in this world and going on in this world, and how technology is leading us in different directions. And we have, as members of the Ethics Committee, know, and we know full well and with full conviction. And I always hear this, your conviction of your values or conviction of your thoughts. And for me, my conviction of my values right now is to make sure the interest of my constituents are not only represented in Ethics Committee, but obviously in everything I do. But here specifically, that there are privacy interests. Whether it's facial recognition, whether it's going back to the Privacy Commissioner's report a few weeks ago, we have a lot of work to do. And I believe there was another, I don't know if it's another motion by Mr. Angus that I have much interest in on facial recognition. Be glad to support when it comes up in an appropriate period. But I can go back to, and I'm going to stop here in a couple of minutes. I'll try to be done hopefully by about maybe 3 o'clock or so. That Chair, that the committee is, as we know, a master, and all committees are masters of their own domain. We are free to study what we wish to choose when we reach unanimous consent, or that the committee decides to go.
Sorry, Mr. Chair. Rappel au règlement, Madame Gaudreau. Let's be clear. I wasn't in tens and tens of committees. I heard my colleagues saying that we're master of our committee. May I understand that we're also master of procedures that we could follow in a committee, so to be more efficient, Mr. Chair?
Goudreau, every member has, from my experience in committees over the years, a different understanding of what efficiency is. Some usually see efficiency as saving time. Some see efficiency as making sure that they dispose of everything that they need to as far as their ideas and verbally relating them. And so I appreciate the point of order, and I would just encourage members that for them to own their own efficiency in the proceedings so that the committee can do its work. Go ahead, Mr. Cervera.
Merci beaucoup pour tone.
Thank you so much, Deputy Sweet, Member Sweet.
Madame Goudreau.
Madame Goudreau, Member Goudreau, I want to thank you very much.
And for your remarks, I do look forward to working together on the ethics committee in the weeks and months ahead as we continue on in this session of Parliament here in the winter session or the fall session, and then as we continue along into the spring session. Chair, I go back to MP Angus's comments at the beginning, and the original motion that he put forward on October 22nd, 2020, would actually allow Mr. Angus to potentially call witnesses with regards to some of the questions he had this morning. He could potentially ask the questions that he put forward today and the thoughts he put forward, which are very, very important. I found Mr. Angus's comments this morning quite interesting, compelling, if I can use that term, Deputy Angus. At the same time, I thought we were making very good headway in terms of coming to an agreement in terms of what we wanted to focus our study, narrow a study, put forward a motion that we could all work with and think that would be constructive for not only for the committee but for Canadians, and that we can move on to other issues at hand. Mr. Chair, it is now 2:57 p.m. I believe I've laid out that we laid out that I was able to speak for the first part of the committee, that my thoughts have been stated, and I believe there's a speaking list that is behind me, that there are members waiting to share their thoughts, with that, I do wish to cede the floor, to finish my thoughts for now, and I'll re-put myself into the list as after my other dignified and honorable members share their thoughts on this very important topic that we're speaking to today, and that's occupied a lot of the committee's time. So I wish to say thank you, Chair, for your deliberations, and Chair, if I can say from a very sincere angle, thank you for your patience, and thank you for your direction on this committee. Thank you. I will cede to the next speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Sorbara. We have Mr. Fergus, Madam Shanahan, Madam Gladue, Madam Goudreau, Mr. Dong, Mr. Angus, and Madam Latanzio. So we'll go now to Mr. Fergus.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I'm happy to see you, dear colleagues, even during this parliamentary break week where we're working in our respective writings. As you know, during the pandemic, we're always or almost always in our writings. For me, it is an advantage because I have the opportunity to meet and speak to my electors in Hull and Aylmer. I think they're in a very unique position because a great part of these people work in the public civil service or have family who work in the federal public service. They follow what's going on in Parliament. They follow it closely. I did talk to the electors last summer, and they were worried by some issues. And they were expecting the Prime Minister and his Chief of Staff to testify, and the Clerk of the Public Service, and a lot of senior officials. After they've listened closely to the testimony of the Prime Minister, the Chief of Staff, the clerk, and others in the public service, I realized that indeed
Et Monsieur le Président, j'ai trouvé ça.
I found that very interesting, Mr. Chairman, because I was really with my constituents, but there comes a time where the official position, official opposition maintains a narrative without any foundation. And every time they set a standard before going on to another matter, every time the government, the public service, which is very non-partisan, of course, must answer these expectations, but it doesn't correspond with the narrative. And then they still change the objectives. But now, Mr. Chair, we have reached a point where my constituents have told me in the past weeks, listen, Mr. Fergus, could you go on to something else? There are other matters to consider, and I believe they are quite right. And I find that it is important to go on to something else. If we can't agree on an issue of some sort, and I must say, whatever my personal opinion and the opinions of my constituents, I do not question the good faith of my colleagues around this table, especially those on the other side of the table. Perhaps they are convinced that we must go even more in depth with this issue to see if there's anything objectionable. And this is why Mr. the Prime Minister and Ms. Grégoire Trudeau published all their sources of income as for various conferences. And once again, there is nothing unexpected in this in view of the situation. However, Mr. Chair, when you examine this motion, which is two motions together, the first by Mr. Angus dealt not only with We Charity, but with another issue. I won't quote it, but it was to look at that, to ensure that that we will continue our study of the Canada Student Service Grant, and so on. And also, Mr. Chair, Mr. Angus wanted to look again at four other issues, four other things. About the government expenditures since the beginning of the pandemic. He wanted to look at what happened with the Baylis Medical Company and the relation between Palantir and the Canadian government. Also, two other elements concerning MCAP, and I'm forget. Oh, but and the fourth element, what was it? Yes, the appointment of judges. And what Mr. Angus did, and I congratulate him for looking for a consensus. He let go two elements in his motions, the one concerning MCAP and the appointment of judges to the courts, the federal courts. And he is quite right to do so, because in one case, the ethics commissioner has already made his decision and is saying that there was nothing wrong with in this issue. Everything was done concurrent to the rules. And for the appointment of judges, Mr. Angus seems to be convinced that this matter could be discussed at the Standing Committee on Justice. So, congratulations. I was very happy with these changes. And the committee, in its wisdom, accepted these amendments and was ready to go to work right away on these issues. This is an excellent example of a case where someone realized that there was no consensus on certain issues at the committee, but others where there was no consensus. And instead of insisting on things which were not working out, we agree with things on certain issues for which we can take action. So I congratulate Mr. Angus on this work, and we were quite willing to do this work. And I hope, Mr. Chair, that we can go back to the components of the monumental work we have to do on matters on which there is a consensus. Because as my colleague Mr. Burns has repeated many times, it is important to act. So we were there for that. But, Mr. Chair, there were other components on which the committee was to deal, the allegations, as I explained at the beginning of my speech, which were completely without any foundation. And the committee had decided through a vote to decided to not support these components. There was a concern that maybe it does not represent the the interests of all members. So there was a wish to go back on this vote. And in your wisdom, Mr. Chair, because you have a lot more experience than I do, I think apart from Mr. Angus, you are the more experienced of our members. I don't know if you arrived to Parliament in the same batch as Mr. Angus, if I might say, but you very wisely said there is no point to do this over, because if we give in to this, we'll never finish. We'll always be going back on every decision the committee makes, or so a second time, you can't go back to this discussion. So a third time, we are trying to bring this back in a motion, exactly the same components, which have been refused twice. Mr. Chair, I would like to say that the motion is really different, and the objectives and the results will also be different. I would like the member to go back on what he said, that it's exactly the same issues, because it's not true. Thank you, Mr. Gaudreau. So perhaps the least I could say, because I don't want to offend anyone, is that the substance, the essential points of this motion are exactly the same as the motion which was either rejected by the committee or by the chair. So I believe I am right to say this. Or I think I'm quite justified in saying this. Mr. Chair, it's unfortunate that the committee gave in to this temptation, because, Mr. Chair, we are getting away from a consensus. My colleague, Mr. Barrett, often says that we need to look for a consensus, and we have to go ahead with matters on which everyone agrees instead of wasting the time of the committee. I completely agree with him. We should never waste the time of the committee, but the principles are also important. They're very important, and when the committee refused to go in one direction once, and the opposition made another attempt, and this was also rejected, it is ridiculous to go with the same things once again, and this is to be regretted.
Le comité de fait le travail.
Because this undermines the work of the committee, where we could find a consensus, and we're opening the door to a president that it doesn't make sense. So, Mr. Chair, I'm currently in a very difficult situation where I have to do a plea and call for something reasonable. And I urge my colleagues to be reasonable. And I think it's of the utmost importance to stand together. I'm not as experienced as you are, or my colleague from the NDP, but I believe that we are all want to make sure that the decisions that we are making are decisions that can add value to the parliamentary procedures. So I'm convinced that we are on the wrong path right now, given the motion in its current form. So I am now using my right to share my concerns with you and Canadians on this very issue. And I also hope that I can count on common sense, on the common sense among my colleagues. Instead of beating around the bush, I hope that we can tackle the task and do things and focus on consensus. And once again, I had high hopes when I was appointed to sit on this committee. I remember the very nice discussions we had at the outset, at the beginning. That was before you became chair. It was with Madam Harder, I think. Yes, at the beginning, and back in February, when we started discussing very important studies for our committee. So we studied motions that we had to refuse, and colleagues that were not satisfied with the given motions spoke at length during 2 or 3 meetings up until the committee voted for the motion, voted on the motion and rejected it. And I remember clearly, Mr. Barrett, my colleague, was not very happy with this whole situation, but he was exerting his right. As a parliamentarian, he has a right to share his impression and share his opinion. I was not convinced of the argument, and the majority of the committee members were not either, but it was exerting his right to keep on speaking to the subject. And Mr. Speaker, I never dared saying that he didn't have that right, because it's part of the parliamentary tradition. So, Mr. Chair, this is a plea. I think that we can continue to trying to convince others that we are right, or we can continue on for weeks and months if you want. Or we could decide on this. So there's no consensus here. A consensus, it's not a majority. So there's no consensus here. And I don't want to put you on this spotlight, and I don't want you to be the decisive vote on this. I think that you don't want to interfere in the debate. You are chairing the meeting. You are making decisions to make sure that our discussions can go on. And I think that you do an excellent job, even when I don't agree with you or with your line of reasoning. I think you do an excellent job, and I have a lot of respect for you. I consider you as a very good friend. But we sometimes can agree to disagree, and it doesn't take anything away from, doesn't take away the esteem I have for you and the respect I have, and I hope that it's true for you as well. So, Mr. Chair, we have an opportunity here. There are things where we have a consensus. There are elements in the motion, in the original motion, proposed by Mr. Angus, where there's a large consensus, if not unanimity. So why not focusing our efforts on the points where we can all agree? So I'm asking the question to you, Mr. Chair, but it's a question I pose to all my parliamentary colleagues around the table, around our virtual table. So why not focusing our efforts on the elements, the components where we have a large consensus, if not unanimity? If we proceed that way, we could adopt that motion immediately. So we could start doing the things that we have to do, and we can then focus on other files that are of high value to us for Canadians. Many times I have raised the question. I have raised the question of the importance of facial recognition by artificial intelligence. So I've raised that issue many times, and I find that it's quite an important file, and I have explained at multiple times that it is especially because we know there are gaps in those programs, softwares, and I can bet $100 that we all around this table, that we're all in agreement with this study, precisely because we know it's not fair. It's not fair that people who are not white are wrongly identified by those softwares. That Point of order, Mr. Speaker. Been listening carefully as of 11 o'clock this morning. I'd like us to focus our discussions on the motion at hand. So I would like us to go back to the motion. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Goudreau. Mr. Fergus, please continue.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Et puis,
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't want to overdo it, but I'd like to answer to Madame Gaudreau. It is I'm now talking to the section B of the motion. So, in the study that we do an examination into Palantir Canada's relationship with the government, including the breach of the Conflict of Interest Act by its president and former Canadian ambassador to the U.S., David McNaughton. So, if indeed Palantir is offering softwares that are offering face recognition. So that's why I'm addressing this point. Point of order, Mr. Speaker. Go ahead, Madame Gaudreau. I would like to present my apologies to my colleague. Now I understand that it is relevant to the motion. So I present my apologies since what he was talking about is actually relevant to the motion at hand. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair, rather, may I continue? Thank you, Madame Gaudreau. So it's okay. I understand that it's I've been talking for a long time, but I'm trying to address points that are relevant in this debate, but it's okay. I take your apologies. It's all good. It's all fine. So, Mr. Chair, as I mentioned, I can bet $100. I usually don't do that, but if I was a gambler, I would certainly bet on a lot of money on the fact that I'm pretty sure that all my honorable colleagues could support the components of this issue at hand. It's substantial and it's very important, not only for me but for their constituents, for in terms of fair play, because we don't want to have a software that has no framework or no viable parameters that can lead to errors. So we're all Quebecers, Madame Gaudreau, Shanahan, and myself. We've seen last year an analysis carried out by Radio-Canada where they took the softwares and they applied them to the members of the Legislative Assembly in Quebec. And we're talking about Radio-Canada. So they did an investigation on that, and they came to the conclusion that the rate of the error rate when we're talking about non-white MPs, the error rate was very high. So, Mr. Chair, can you imagine?
In this world, when we raise a lot of issues concerning safety of the person in airports, in public infrastructures, where intelligence services can use these softwares in good faith, not knowing that there are a lot of weaknesses that can create a problem for several people. Those who must travel, those who must fly, those who are looking for jobs or need a check on past years in order to get their clearance. So the risk is really high. And I think there is a consensus here in the committee on those very issues. I would dare say there is unanimity for these issues. Mr. Chair, the major reason why we must use our limited resources in terms of time on these issues. We can do it. It's easy. Let's take away the part where there is no consensus within the committee. These components that were added at the last minute, regardless of the fact that they were refused, or rather, sorry, for those parts that these look like the motion, but they were rejected twice by this committee. That being said, Mr. Chair, I believe it's better for us to focus on that. Mr. Chair, there's another question that is really important here, and we should put all our energy on this. I realized that there was an item in the motion, in the original motion, that we were to examine the relationship between the government and Baylis Medical Company. That's important for two reasons, Mr. Chair. Sincerely, I think there's not much there. But if we want it to be clear, because we don't want to tarnish the good reputation of an excellent private corporation, which has been in existence for more than a generation, a business that created a lot of good jobs in my province and elsewhere in Canada. It's important to clarify this also. And once again, I think there was a consensus on that amongst all MPs here in the committee. So let's keep it. Let's invite main witnesses here. Let's invite officials, whomever, so that we can examine this file. I hope that Mr. Chair will see that once the Ethics Commissioner investigated one of our member and his family, that there was nothing well, not one of our MP, but the chief of staff and her husband, that there was nothing there. Everything had been done by the book. So, once more, I'm willing to support that part of the motion. And I think there is consensus around the table. I see that people are agreeable to that. So we are willing to live with that. But, Mr. Chair, it seems that some insists that we focus on those parts where there is no consensus. Why proceed that way? Is it partisanship? Is it really? Oh, one of my colleagues talked about the efficiency of our committee. I agree with her. Yet, is it efficient? Politically? I doubt it. When I talk to my constituents, they follow these issues very closely. And I'm talking about ordinary Canadians here, from Hull and Aylmer. Well, nothing is ordinary. No one is ordinary in Hull and Aylmer. They're all extraordinary constituents, but they do follow very closely what's happening here in Ottawa, what's happening in Parliament, what's happening with parliamentary committees. We're talking here about people who work from inside the system. They know how it works. They're civil servants, or they work in the House of Commons, analysts, clerks, interpreters, people who support us as MPs, as members of Parliament. A great part of these people are from Hull and Aylmer, my riding, and they follow very closely what's happening. And often when I talk to them, they say, well, yes, we wondered about some issues, but then we heard the testimonies of these good people. And they said, well, you know, I had concerns. I didn't have the infos. Now I have all the information I need. And they say, where's the problem? So, Mr. Chair, I'm asking the question here. Is it really efficient politically? Or are we giving the impression that it's a sin? I'm talking here about partisanship. You know, we're willing to accept the fact that some people are defending their own interests, but we're parliamentaries, Mr. Chair. And as parliamentaries, we work hard for our constituents, on important files that they have at heart. That's what they expect from us. And that is why, Mr. Chair, I think that the classification, quote unquote, of politicians, their rating has increased a lot at the beginning of the pandemic, because we've seen, Canadians have seen with their own eyes that all parliamentarians, regardless of their political affiliations, regardless of their desire to be independent, or regardless if they wanted a united Canada, they've seen that all parliamentarians were working together for the wellness of Canadians. And kudos. We were not tempted in being partisan and play political games. Bravo. So here, I think we have a golden opportunity right here, right now, to do the same once more. To set aside purely or largely political initiatives and to put all our efforts on important issues for Canadians. This is what our duty is. That'll make a real difference, and it'll lead us to a greater, actually, it'll be beneficial to all parliamentarians. This is what's the most important. We saw this, Mr. Chair, in several governments in Canada. There's a reason why there is a consensus amongst a lot of provincial prime ministers or premiers. They all decided to work for all constituents, not only for their base. So I'm asking all my colleagues to go ahead in this spirit and work for Canadians within this great consensus, the Quebec consensus and the Canadian consensus. Mr. Chair, doing so, we can realize great things. We have a motion in front of us, a motion that actually part of that motion divides us, and another part unites us, all political parties. We must make a decision. Maybe it's difficult because we're so used to looking for our own partisan interests. So we have to go against this political instinct, if you wish. We have to go forward. We have to work on issues that are in the interest of all Canadians. This motion gives us this opportunity. We really have an opportunity here, Mr. Chair. You do know, Mr. Chair, better than a lot of us. Anyways, you know better than I what are the objectives of our committee. You know that part of our mandate is to support the work of some parliamentary agents, including commissioners, including the one for conflict of interests and ethics. Mr. Chair, if we focus on the parts of the motion, and if we set aside the other component up to the ethics commissioner so he can independently do his work with no self-interest, regardless of the results, I think that then, Mr. Chair, we'll do a better job here. For an example...
Oui.
Sorry.
Certainement, Monsieur le Président.
Interrupt a member. Will your comments be much longer?
Well, I don't know, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair. I am expressing. I'm hoping. I'm advancing some arguments. I'm not certain how long I have been speaking for, so forgive me for. Oh, I see. It will be a little while longer, but it won't be unduly too long, Mr. President, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair.
Anything you call me is fine, sir. It's 3:45 p.m. It's been a while since we've had a break, so you will return back to you, Mr. Fergus, but we'll just suspend now for 20 minutes and let everybody deal with what they need to deal with.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Point of order, Chair, before we suspend. I thought you had said that we had parliamentary resources till 5 o'clock. Is that correct?
I believe 5:30 is the time, yes.
Okay. So for 20 minutes.
Yes, yeah, just make sure that I don't know what everybody's, where all the facilities are for everybody, so I want to make sure everybody's able to do that and get back to the screen.
Very good. What time would that be, Chair? Just to be clear on the time.
Well, I have it on my computer right now, 3:46. So 20 minutes from then would be 4:06.
4:06. Excellent. Thank you.
Mr. Fergus, you can continue on.
Chair, just a quick point of order, Chair.
Point of order, Mr. Barrett. And by the way, Mr. Barrett, you're just cutting in and out to your internet there.
Well, I hope that it has resolved itself, Chair. I don't want to interrupt Mr. Fergus once he starts speaking again. So we have been at this for 30 hours. I gave a number earlier. We're up to about 30 hours now. I know that you identified 5:30 p.m. as the end of resources that are available. And I would just ask you to inquire, and I don't need an immediate answer as to what the limitation is. The committee ought to be the arbiter of when the meetings are adjourned and not anyone else. And while I appreciate that there are certain practical limitations that may exist, that what those practical limitations are be detailed so that members know that what it is that is what else is impeding this process. We've identified one issue. I won't relitigate that, but with respect to the technical limitations, once we enter hour 31, I'm just wondering what it is that is bringing our meeting to a halt, and I would say necessitating further meetings during this constituency week.
Mr. Barrett, it's pretty much all technical. My understanding is there's a host of things. We'll get you a specific list, but it was translation as well. The realities of COVID too, with sanitation, et cetera, all those different things. So, but I'll be glad to try to get some more specifics for you. Mr. Fergus, please continue.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I may, Mr. Chair, since Mr. Barrett raised this issue, I would like to explain to Canadians that it's not only the members of Parliament who are working hard to make this debate go forward. There are dozens of people who are also involved. The interpreters, of course, who do a very good job. It is very important. Madame Goudreau said so many times. We need to take our time to, when we speak, so that the interpreters can do their job properly. As you know, Mr. Chair, like myself, these people are working under conditions which would have been judged impossible in 2019. They are always listening and concentrating to translate the words of the parliamentarians, not only to other parliamentarians who do not speak the other official language, but their work is really exceptional, and I want to raise my hat to them. The conditions of work are very difficult in this pandemic, and also the clerk, the analysts, the support staff, everyone supports us and provides us with the resources we need to do our job. I am very grateful to them, and I'm saying so not only because a lot of them are constituents of mine in Elmer, but because the work they do is very much appreciated. So thank you to all of you. To come back to my comments, Mr. Chair, I would like to put the emphasis on what is before us now. Mr. Barrett said that we have been discussing this for many hours, where we've been discussing the orientation of the work of the committee. It is unfortunate. No, I want to retract that. I just want to repeat that a few days ago, we were on the verge of going on with the work of the committee and put aside our partisan interests and come to a consensus. And Mr. Chair, there is something in English, c'est qu'on saisit la victoire de la gueule de la défaite. We were about to come to a consensus, to get to a compromise, and this slipped through our hands, and this is really unfortunate, Mr. Chair, because we had it, and it's all still before us. We still have this opportunity. We can grab victory instead of remaining in this impasse. I know that my colleagues have said the same thing. I imagine other people will repeat this. Let's grab this compromise. Let's grab this victory to show that we can go above our partisan interests to do the work that Canadians are expecting from us. So I believe this is very important. I think that we can do that within a few minutes. I invite the very assiduous Madame Goudreau. She is right. She has been taking part in these meetings for 98% of the time. She's always there. She listens attentively what the others say. It's rare that her camera is not on, and I always see her. I know she's listening to me, and my hat is off to her, And I really want to work with her where we all agree, where we both agree. And I hope we can grab that opportunity. I also congratulate all the members for their work. I know that they have things to do to help their constituents, to help their family.
Santé mentale et physique.
We're all trying to keep a certain health, mental health, and we all have things to do, and I don't want to waste anybody's time. Just like all members around this table, I had meetings with my constituents today that I had to postpone to a later time. I don't know if, well, given Mr. Barrett's intervention, I don't know if we'll be able to sit down and talk and reach a compromise. Some people, hardliners, believe that a compromise is a defeat or something bad. Well, when you buy a house, there's a negotiation going on. And the buyers and the sellers are trying to find a common ground or a compromise, and it's the same here. As you know, there are committee members that insist on A, others on C, but there's a B that is a consensus that we can agree on. So I think that we should focus on what unites us. So please, I'd like you to take this opportunity to make a good compromise when we can look at important files that are in the motion that was tabled by the NDP member. So let's take this opportunity, because I'm telling you, it could be all solved in 2 minutes. But if there's no will in terms of finding a compromise, I'm telling you, I'm ready to make compromise, and I think that my colleagues on the other side can do the same. I urge you to meet us halfway in this common ground at this specific space where we could all win from this situation. So not only win for us or for, well, that's not the issue here, but for Canadians. Let's do it for Canadians, for our fellow citizens. So that's what I'm urging you to do. I really hope we can get to that space, that common space. Oftentimes, show me occasions when we can all have our cake and eat it. So we all have to make compromise. We have to show a spirit of compromise. So I'm ready to do that, and I urge you to do the same. So we can so we can reach a compromise. We can reach an agreement. We have an excellent motion before us with how do we say clause in French? So we have subsections. So we have A and B in this motion, where we have a consensus. As for other proposals that were added after being rejected by the committee the first time, and then rejected by the chair because it was not in order, then if we take that away, so there's a consensus emerging here. So we can all live with this. And there's three components. We'll talk about the program on the Canada Student Service Grant. We'll talk about Baylis Medical Company and Palantir, and we can finally get our act together and act on. So perhaps you may think that we may take advantage of this situation to continue on. Well, let's just limit the study of this for 2 or 3 sessions or 2 or 3 meetings, and then we can entertain other business. So we could limit the extent of this examination. So, but I'm open to different offers here. So that's what we're hoping and expecting. We want to focus on this common ground, this compromise. I am very open, and I urge you to do the same. And in doing so, Mr. Chair, we may find an agreement, we'll find a compromise. And I know, Mr. Chair, you are a person who have shown wisdom, patience in many occasions. You are very fair in the decisions that you render. So, and I know that you will welcome this new chapter, us taking action and moving forward on this file. So I urge you, Mr. Chair, and I'm with you. I'd like you to convince my colleagues. So I know that it's not your role. You're not here to play that role, but I urge my colleagues to look for an agreement, a compromise. Perhaps we could meet with the subcommittee to look at the files and the issues at hand. So, but I think the time is high. We need to come to an agreement on this because it's absolutely important to move forward on this. And Mr. Chair, you can count on my collaboration, my desire in finding a compromise. If we're almost there, we're almost there. It's still there. It's still possible. And Mr. Chair, from there, we could move forward. However, if we want to win at all costs, well, we're not in negotiating mode. So we should give the other parties a chance. Politics is the art of what's possible. We all know what is impossible, what is fundamentally unacceptable for a party, but we also know where we can take an opportunity and make things work and stand together. So I think that's the most important. So, Mr. Chair, I will conclude my comments now because I know that have
my welcome. Mais j'espère que s'il y a une chose que je peux laisser avec.
However, what I'd like my colleagues to remember, or I'd like to leave my colleagues with the importance of making a compromise, getting to a compromise for Canadians. And on that note, Mr. Chair, I'll give you the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fergus. The speaking list, as I have it now, is Madam Shanahan, Madam Gaudreau, Mr. Dong, Mr. Angus, Mr. Barrett, Mr. Sorbera. And now to Madam Shanahan.
Chair, can I clarify? I believe Madame Latanzio was on the speaking list, but I could be wrong.
I don't recollect that, and I don't have that on my screen either. But if you'd like to cede the floor to her, I have Madame Latanzio. I'm sorry, she's last on the list here now. It's on here, yes. So Mr. Sorbera, Madame Latanzio.
All right. Very good. No,
Point d'ordre, Monsieur le Président.
Point of order. Could you please repeat the list of interveners? I didn't hear what the interpreter said.
The speaking list is Madam Shanahan, then yourself, Madam Gaudreau, Mr. Dong, Mr. Angus, Mr. Barrett, Mr. Sorbera, and Ms. Latanzio. Please proceed, Madam Shanahan.
Thank you very much, Chair, and I thank my honourable colleague, Mr. Fergus. I have had occasion during other meetings to yield to him, so I thank the return favor that he yielded the floor to me. But we benefit greatly from his wisdom, and I think as I ponder the words that he said just before me, I think that they are well worth repeating and coming back to in due course. But in the meantime, when I spoke earlier today, I indicated that at that time I was speaking directly to the last amended that was appended to the motion that we have before us, the famous, I believe it's Clause C, and which involved speaker spotlight, and I spoke at length about my opposition to that last amendment, and indeed, in brief, for the reasons that others have mentioned today, in that it has been dealt with already at least twice in this committee and firmly rejected. And when I then look back upon the motion, Mr. Angus's motion, as amended by Mr. Fergus, I am looking at Clause A, and I understand the reasons, and I agree with my colleague, Mr. Fergus, about compromise and about getting to that place where we can look at a motion. It may not be everything that we want, but when we look at the different elements, we can say that this is something that we can move forward with. But I would like to put some important elements on the record at this time concerning the origins of Clause A and why is it that has come up, and why I gather it is part of the motion that we are discussing today. And I would like to say, Chair, I'm someone that I was never one of those people who knew exactly what I wanted to do when I grew up. And I actually had a number of different roles in my life. And one of them, after being, if you can imagine, a community worker, was I was actually hired by a major Schedule A bank to be a commercial account manager, where for the first time in my life, I come from a family of educators, I was working with business people. And I thought, my goodness, what am I going to do? And this, we're talking about the 80s, Chair. If you remember, it was the yuppie era. Greed was good, Wolf of Wall Street, and all that sort of thing. And I really didn't know if this would be an area that I would find interesting. What I did learn, Chair, were that the business people that I had the pleasure to meet, the entrepreneurs, again, we're talking during the 80s and even the early 90s when it was a challenging time. Certainly in Quebec, for businesses, it was the creativity, it was the ability to see a problem and to come up with a solution, and to do that while taking risk to one's own financial well-being, which for someone like myself, who came from a family, as I say, of educators, where, it was a reasonable salaried compensation, but more or less with security that comes with that. And it was a real eye-opener to me to be meeting some of these entrepreneurs that brought us, and I would, in a different context, tell you the stories, but even then, the confidentiality of some of those stories. But let's just say they are household names today, and I knew them when literally some of these business owners were operating out of holes in the wall, so to speak, but they are household names today. And just one little aside, so I remember one rough, gruff old guy, and you had to know how to handle these guys, came to me and he asked me for an accommodation, a guarantee, a bond guarantee of a six-figure amount, and it was to be able to sponsor his foreman, who came from, I believe it was Nigeria, an African country.
Point of order, Mr. Angus.
Thanks. My hair is gray, so I do remember the 1980s. I have not regaled anyone on this committee with the time I spent traveling on the road with my band and all the neat people I met and all the great things that happened, because it's simply irrelevant. We're 31 hours into this. We have been stalled and interfered with. We are speaking to a motion. So would Madame Shanahan speak to the motion and leave out all the past interesting people she met 40 years ago, please?
Thank you, Mr. Angus. As I've cautioned many so far, just try to be as specific as we can to the motion. Please go ahead, Madam Shanahan.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. And perhaps another time, maybe Mr. Angus can regale us with those stories on the road. But the reason why I'm talking about this was the humanity and the willingness that this gentleman took, the risk that he took to bring in somebody into this country that undoubtedly was a valuable employee to him, but giving that person that opportunity. And so now I want to refer and to put on the record the article, and Mr. Angus had the occasion earlier today to share some of his media reading with us. So this is an article dated October 17th, 2020 by Ryan Tumelty. And the headline is Manufacturers Start to Deliver 40,000 Ventilators, but with lower demand, Canada may not need them. The 40,000 ventilators the government ordered came with a $1.1 billion price tag, but experts believe even in a worst case, these machines may never be used. The article goes on to say, when the first ventilators rolled off a hastily put together assembly line, Rick Jameson wanted to deliver them himself. Jameson, president of ABS Friction, an Ontario brake pad manufacturer, climbed into the cab of a truck and went along for a 400-kilometer drive in late July. I, with the truck driver, drove it to Ottawa. That's how proud of it we were. Jameson's first 12 ventilators were part of an order of 10,000 that a consortium he helped put together is delivering. In total, the government ordered 40,000 from a variety of companies, including several small firms that overcame technical challenges, supply issues, and other problems to get the machines built. The artificial breathing machines can be essential for COVID patients, but even as the second wave hits, there isn't a high demand, and experts believe even in a worst case, these machines may never be used. Back in March, Jameson saw the news and decided he wanted to do something to help. The virus was ravaging New York City and northern Italy, overwhelming hospitals and leading to many deaths. People with existing respiratory conditions seemed particularly vulnerable. Quote, my brother David died of an asthma attack. I'm asthmatic, and I said I am going to see what I can do on this to help out, close quote. The 40,000 ventilators the government ordered came with a $1.1 billion price tag. Few ventilators were made in Canada before the pandemic, and most of the companies awarded contracts had to start from scratch. To date, the government has received just 3,210, but they also haven't been needed. In an email, Procurement Department spokesperson Michel Larose said they ordered ventilators from 5 Canadian companies and 8 international ones, but the Canadian firms are doing the bulk of the work. They said they expect the rest by early next year. All deliveries are expected by March 2021. Public Services and Procurement Canada continues to work with manufacturers to monitor delivery progress, she said. Through the summer, ICU beds were mostly free of COVID patients, and some provinces are now instituting lockdowns and restrictions precisely to avoid swamping intensive care units and forcing all these new ventilators into service. Dr. Zain Chagla, an infectious disease specialist and professor at McMaster University, said in the early days there was a real fear ventilators could be needed on a mass scale. There was so much unknown about this disease. No one knew whether or not there were super spreaders in the community, whether or not there was a lot under the surface. Some of them may unfortunately be, this is the subtitle, some of them may unfortunately be stockpiled, which is not the end of the world. According to Canadian Institutes of Health Information, there are approximately 75,000 hospital beds in Canada, but having a bed is just half the problem. Chagla said even if all 40,000 ventilators the government ordered were put into service, you would still need the doctors, respiratory technologists, and critical care nurses to operate them. Some of these COVID patients, they're very difficult to ventilate to begin with and often need some very experienced operators of the ventilator, he said. He said if hospitals were set to be overwhelmed, governments now know they can bring in restrictions and slow the spread of the virus. He said it doesn't hurt, however, to be over-prepared. Some of them may unfortunately be stockpiled, which is not the end of the world. We will have pandemics in the future, and hopefully the stock that's being bought up in Canada is relatively future-proof. After decades in the automotive business, Jameson has a deep well of contacts in the industry that he brought together. He said everyone he spoke with was willing to pitch in on the project, and there are several manufacturers helping out. It didn't seem to matter who I called. People took my call and said, I will help. GM retooled one of its facilities to make surgical masks, and Jameson said his industry was well suited to retool and manufacture something different. We know how to make things, and we know how to make things at high volume. Jameson didn't want to reinvent the wheel and didn't know how. So he sought to license a ventilator design. An attempt with a company in England fell apart, but then Medtronic, a massive American firm, agreed to release technical designs and allow use of their patent for free. Jameson's team jumped on the chance. They partnered with Baylis Medical to help manufacture the Medtronic devices. After early meetings with Health Canada, assuring bureaucrats they could make the devices, they were awarded a $237 million contract to deliver 10,000 ventilators. The contract has drawn criticism from opposition parties, partly due to the involvement of Frank Baylis, chairman of Baylis Medical, and a Liberal MP from 2015 to 2019. Conservative MP Michelle Rempel Gardner said in the House that it raises questions because it was awarded before the ventilators were even approved by Health Canada. She specifically questioned why this order went through and orders for rapid tests languished. Quote, the health minister agreed to pay $237 million to Baylis Medical for 10,000 ventilators, even though the devices were not approved in any jurisdiction, close quote, she said. Jameson said their ventilator is a copy of Medtronic's device, and he rejects any suggestion of impropriety. Their copy of Medtronic's device wasn't approved in Canada, but Medtronic's original was, and it was simply a matter of proving to Health Canada they were making the same unit. I didn't know Frank Baylis was a politician when we signed them for the contract, he said. They are the largest privately held Canadian medical device company. Who else should I have partnered with? Close quote. He said Baylis is helping manufacture the devices because they have the clean room facilities necessary to keep the unit sterile. Quote, I'm not making them in an auto parts plant, close quote. Jameson isn't the only one learning to build a ventilator from scratch. Starfish Medical, a company that normally designs and consults on medical devices, got into the business and is expected to deliver 7,500 devices for a total cost of $169 million. John Walmsley, a vice president with the company, said they found a design from an inventor in Winnipeg. The real challenge was finding parts, and their design had to be structured around what they could find. Quote, there were a lot of design decisions that had to be made very fast. People worked long hours, 7 days a week, close quote. Walmsley said they reached out at one point to Yorkville Instruments, a company that makes musical instruments, amplifiers, and other audio equipment. The ventilator needed a lot of switches and dials, and the volume had gone down on the music industry. Quote, there wasn't a lot of music being done, not a lot of people buying amps at that time. So they stepped up and were happy to use their components, close quote. Walmsley said his company had received approval from Health Canada for their unit and now expects to start delivering units quickly. He said when they have completed this order, they may stay in the business. Quote, we're fulfilling our commitments first and then see where that leaves us. But we're definitely interested in the future of the company, close quote. Jameson is not interested in keeping his ventilator business going. Medtronic only opened their patent for as long as the pandemic lasts or 2024, whichever comes sooner. He said they have delivered about 3,000 units thus far, with 4 shifts running in the Toronto facility and expected to be done in December. He said his project should be seen as a success story. I know that Canadian engineers and Canadian ingenuity were unbelievable on this project. He said he did this fundamentally to protect people. I am going to have a glass of wine when we save the first Canadian life. That's what I'm going to do to celebrate. Mr. Chair, it is indeed a success story. And I think we all remember those early days and weeks of the pandemic when we were hearing the stories coming out of Italy and other countries where the hospitals were overwhelmed and did not have sufficient ventilators. And here we have small business, small, medium-sized businesses that are still run by an owner-operator, somebody who is close to his business, stepping up to the plate, bringing that human element of, I want to help. Will we need all of those ventilators? We don't know, but they can be stockpiled, as the article points out, and these are business people that are to be commended for their actions. And by the way, is anyone asking what parties they donated to at that time? No, they are not, or at least we should not be doing that. This is, if there was ever time for a Team Canada approach, then this would be the time. So, Chair, I do want to take a moment and thank you for your leadership on this committee, because I think we are getting to that good place that my colleague, Mr. Fergus, described, that good place where we were almost at last week. But I must, as I say, speak to the motion in front of us and put some things on the record during this time that you have graciously accorded to me. And this is now the motion that has been before us, I'm going to guess, for at least maybe a week or so, the amended motion. And I know that members are eager to get to vote on it. But I think that the thoughtful debate that we are having here is exactly what is required to bring us to that good place. Getting this right is essential. The work that we do here does affect the lives of individual Canadians. We have already seen the adverse effects of committee studies going too far. Now, my colleague, Mr. Angus, brought forward this morning some information that was certainly not known to myself about the We Charity, and he spoke at quite length about the Kielburger brothers and about their work. I'm not really sure why, since they've already shuttered their operations in Canada. And I think that we can all agree to disagree about the merits of the We Charity being selected to oversee the Canada Student Service Grant. But indeed, prior to that matter, the We Charity was, by all reports, a well-respected charity. Tens of thousands of Canadian students, including, I believe, some of the children of members here in our committee and in the House, worked with them. And some of the biggest names in philanthropy have supported them. Now, they're no longer functioning in Canada. Now, Chair, I'm not taking a position on We Charity one way or another. I am just stating the recognized facts. We just need to remember that here at this committee, when we discuss something, it is in public, and I appreciate that. I know that the members here want our work to be done publicly as much as possible, but that, there are indeed real and tangible outcomes to our action. And for
Point
every
of order.
action.
Point of order, Mr. Angus.
Yes, I appreciate Ms. Shanahan questioning why I had asked about raised issues about We Charity, but she omitted, as she seems to have this funny path of omitting some serious things. The reason it was raised is because since we have been unable to finish our report, so We Charity and their American-backed financiers are running full-page newspaper ads, basically disputing the work that we have done at this committee in finance, that they are running op-eds without saying where the support came from. They're hiring people who've giving them a spin. And Ms. Shanahan and her colleagues are keeping us from finishing our report. I think that that is an obstruction of the work of Parliament. That is the key issue on the We Charity, is that they are running a major media campaign right now, and Ms. Shanahan's doing everything to stop us from doing our work.
Thank you, Mr. Angus. Madam Shanahan,
Thank you.
Please continue.
Thank you very much, Chair. And indeed, I want to continue really with the purpose of this intervention, which is to look at specific Canadian businesses. And I think by the reading of the article that I just did, I think you can see that I'm very much concerned with those businesses who have stepped up to the plate in helping with pandemic relief. And indeed, the mobilization of Canadian business, large and small, I think has been it's equivalent to the war effort of World War I and II, specifically World War II, when that was a key factor in the Allies winning World War II. So we are all keenly aware that the effect of COVID-19 is having on our businesses. So they are on the front lines, just like everyone else is in regards to the effects of the pandemic. I speak to residents, business owners, employees of businesses in my riding of Chateauguay-Lacal every day. I wish I could have been speaking to more of them today, because many of them have come to me, some who have never had occasion to call upon their federal MP in the past, have done so for as much, when I think over the last 8 months, as much to offer a hand as to ask for a hand up because of whatever their situation is. And I know that we're all very much aware how some sectors have, in a way, benefited from the pandemic, while others have been completely demolished. And I will leave that to other colleagues to speak more specifically to the kind of macro economic effects of COVID. But it is germane, and it is important to these business owners, whether or not they are personally affected, that we as a government continue to focus to provide the leadership in combating the pandemic and in planning remedies to assist in the economic recovery to follow. So I think that we need to focus on that work. That is what it's all about now. And everything that we do must be contributing to advancing that work. Now, it certainly does not mean that the work of the government goes unchallenged nor without review. So I do think that the reviewing of pandemic spending and the decisions around how the funds are spent is a good use of our time. And when we adjourned on March 13th, back in the early days of the lockdown, we certainly did not take that decision lightly. We recognized that as a country, we were embarking on a national battle, the likes of which we had not experienced since Second World War. Now, in terms of death and destruction, there is no comparison. But the overwhelming national response that was required from the people of Canada during this pandemic is said to be similar. And I'm very proud, especially during this week of remembrance of our veterans, that I think that Canadians are stepping up to the plate. We are being tested, and not without, there have been ups and downs, and there have been challenges to that response. But I dare say that every Canadian wants to do their part. And so the review of emergency spending in response to the pandemic, this will definitely be under review, and not just by Parliament, but by the Auditor General and all relevant officers of Parliament. And this is essential, Chair. And I was proud to have served actually in the Public Accounts Committee as one of my first roles back in 2015. And I think we can rely on the good work of our parliamentary officers to do that investigation, do those reviews, and bring them in front of parliamentarians so that we have that transparency, especially during this difficult time. So I think that Canadians, and certainly my constituents, while they may not refer directly to the steps that we know in Parliament, they certainly do expect that there would be accountability for the spending. So when we look at Mr. Angus's motion, I think that the initial thrust of it is relevant. Though normally I would think that it would be the Finance Committee that would focus on the spending aspects itself as it's currently unfolding, such as how and where the money is to be spent. And in passing, I do hope that the Finance Committee is able to get to its very important work at looking at pre-budget consultations. The relevant control mechanisms about who got a particular contract and who and the process of its awarding, well, that could be studied by Government Operations and Estimates, another committee that I also had the privilege of serving. These are good experiences for new members. It's good to serve on the different financial committees. And I would think that for this committee, it's perfectly fair for us to undertake a study into the safeguards put in place to ensure that no conflicts of interest were present during the spending of pandemic funds. And I also think it's appropriate for us to review spending from a privacy angle to ensure privacy laws were respected, and from a lobbying front to ensure lobbying regulations were followed. So I think as an overall focus and area of study, we could really get some good work done looking at the pandemic from this angle. I am having a tough time, Chair, with the singling out of the Canada Student Service Grant, and also, and I want to just bear with me as I work through this, the matters of Baylis Medical in particular. It would be my opinion that to group all these matters together, including Palantir, would be to presuppose an outcome. And I am gathering that my opposition colleagues are trying to build a narrative around each of the items listed in the motion, trying to surmise that something irregular occurred, that somehow rules were broken. And that's their prerogative, Chair. I can understand that there can be questions that can be asked. But I do resist and wonder when we listen to Mr. Barrett, for example, who hasn't really been speaking out too much today, but we certainly have heard him in the past at past meetings, that one would assume that corruption has run rampant and unchecked. And we know that this is simply not the case. I also contend that there is a relevance matter, as these are all very separate items, and they're kind of just loosely tied together via this motion. It's sort of like a grocery list. In my opinion, this is being done simply to sow confusion with the public. And this brings me back to this idea of a presupposition of guilt, because it's so obvious that the opposition...
Mr. Angus, point of order.
Well, we listened to Mr. Fergus talk, I don't know how many hours, about how good the motion was and how much the Liberals want to work with us. Now we've listened to Ms. Shanahan for most of the afternoon. Now she's attacking the motion. Perhaps the Liberals could actually have a side meeting to decide whether they're going to be openly opposing this motion, or they're going to pretend that they like the motion, but then they want to work with us. Because what we're hearing from Ms. Shanahan, what we've heard from Mr. Sorbera, is that as much as they say they want to work, they are opposing everything that's been voted on. So I think this is something they need to work out amongst themselves and stop wasting our time as committees. We have much more important work to do than these internal knicker-knack battles within the Liberal membership. So if Ms. Shanahan speaks for them and they hate this motion and they think it's not right, fine. Then Mr. Fergus shouldn't have taken the last 2 hours saying how much he wanted to work with us. They're wasting our time.
Please continue, Madam Shanahan.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. And I find hate is a very strong word because that is not where I'm going with this. It's the composing of the motion that I am commenting on, and I think, as I said at the very top of my remarks here, that can happen. That is the very nature of the committee looking at a text that's in front of us, as Mr. Fergus so ably pointed out, and being able to say, well, I may not be happy with this, or I don't see why this is important, but that we are able to come to a compromise and that we are able to work forward. But it does not take away from any member the fact that they may not agree with the way that a motion is put together. And so again, it's the way that these elements have been put together, and the fact that we are not an investigative committee in the sense that a court of law would be. We're not the police. We don't have a team of investigators at our disposal, and nor do we have the kind of procedures in place, and nor do we want that. That was never the intention of Parliament when, over the course of time, the offices of the Commissioner of Ethics, Conflict of Interest and Ethics was established, as well as the other very important, very independent, very competent commissioner offices. So I do want to say something about Baylis Medical. Indeed, I think there's very few members here who did not know Frank Baylis in some way, the former member from Pierrefonds Dollard. Yes, he is involved with this company, and I think that was something that he certainly declared, and this was not, this was public knowledge. This was not in any way kept from the House. But I just want to talk about, yes?
Like your that has become.
Is there a problem with my sound?
Oh, I'm okay. All good now. Sorry about that.
Okay, very good. I just want to say that I had the occasion, and I don't know Frank well. I didn't know him before he was a member of Parliament, and I have not had the occasion to meet with him since then. But I remember getting the notice during the last Parliament about the death of his mother, and when the funeral will be taking place. And that was at a time when, of course, we could go to funerals. And I was very pleased that I was able to go. And it was there that I heard that Frank, the Baylis Medical Company, was her company. She founded that company. And how she founded that company is really a Canadian and Quebec success story. Mr. Baylis and his family immigrated from Barbados when he was young. And it was Gloria Baylis, his mother, who I believe was a nurse. She started the company as an import business to help bring much needed medical devices to Canada, which were not previously available. She was an entrepreneur and a proud Quebecer. She built this company from the ground up, and from what Frank had told us, his father was nominally involved, but it was really his mother at a time when there were very few Black women, I can just imagine, starting companies in Quebec and Canada. Frank eventually did join her, and together they built the company into a force in the medical device industry in Canada. That same company that Mr. Jameson, in the article that I read out before, was delighted to find and to work with in developing his ventilator, to subcontract for him for his ventilator. Baylis is the type of business we should all be promoting. And when he got the call from Mr. Jameson, he stepped up. Instead, because he happened to be a former Liberal MP, something that was not, he was never I don't know if he was a parliamentary secretary, but he certainly was never a minister. So he was just an ordinary member of Parliament, like so many of us here. But because of that, he and his company were demonized. And so I just don't understand. And I think that members were made aware very quickly that that contract for ventilators was in fact a subcontract to Baylis, that it was another company that had the contract. But that didn't stop the muckraking and smears that were going on. And so this is why I say that we must be careful. Yes, there could be questions about how a contract is awarded. Yes, there could be questions about whether indeed, as the article pointed out, were the numbers correct? Were the volumes adequately gauged and put forward? Because at the end of the day, it is the Canadian taxpayer that pays the bill. But to just smear a company owner, a businessman, partners that are working together just because of what their background is, this is what I would take objection to that when we would study this in this committee, that we would pay special attention to. There are no open investigations, to my knowledge, in regards to the ethics commissioner or the privacy commissioner or the lobbying commissioner in this matter. And the contract to the primary contractor is public and was disclosed transparently. So and I could go on, Chair, to talk about businesses that happen to be conservative donors or affiliated with the Conservative Party. And I imagine there's a few businesses that are affiliated with the NDP or the Bloc or the Green Party. I mean, business is not something that is just reserved for one political stripe. We celebrate the work of and the creativity and the ingenuity of business owners, and I think it's a sad day when members of this Parliament would disparage the work of business owners and their goodwill in stepping up to fight against the pandemic. Chair, as I say, I could go on, but I am mindful of the time. And so I will leave you with just the final point that we are still in the middle of a second wave of COVID-19, and who knows, we've had some good news. Will it hold true? Let us be hopeful. But as of today, most of Quebec is in the red zone. Ontario is in a modified stage 2. We need to get all hands on deck fighting this pandemic. That's the work that we need to be doing. Thank you very much, Chair, for your patience. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Shannon. I appreciate it. Madam Goodrow, it's 5:16. We have a hard stop at 5:30. Mr. Barrett had inquired why there's both IT and room need our facility in order to do some upgrades. And there's always a challenge, like I said, in these days in regards to resources. So we need to have that hard stop at 5:30. And I just need about 3 minutes in order to address some issues with the committee. So that leaves you about 10 minutes. I didn't want to interrupt you without warning you that we just have that limited amount of time. So please go ahead, Madam Goodrow.
J'apprécie. I do really appreciate the way you work. Congratulations, Mr. Chair. It is not easy to follow in this discussion where it should be questions and answers. It seems that we're just listening to oneself. So I took some notes. Firstly, I say kudos, dear members of Parliament, you deserve a medal. I'm so surprised. The interpreter would like to inform you that there is a problem with the internet and the sound of Mrs. Goodrow. We'll do our best. I will know on which door to knock when I know there is no time limit for an intervention. I did understand very well the heartfelt message. And I was thinking, maybe you don't have a headache, but it is 5:18 and we've been at it since 11 o'clock this morning. And this meeting could have lasted only 2 hours. How? Because one turn, when we have time to think things through, we can talk about the content, about reasonable arguments so that ultimately democracy wins. Let's understand that I heard a lot the word consensus. What I do understand is that we are in a democratic federation, so democracy must prevail. I'd like to take the time to challenge some comments I've heard. I didn't hear everybody. I only heard from members of the government. So I heard the word that we deserve the truth. I heard, for example, it's important to have responsibility. I heard about transparency. I also heard from someone else, I won't name who, spoke these words. Someone says, I want the facts. I heard also, we must get on with something else. We can let go. The word consensus and the word democracy. Consensus is from the heart, and it's from a majority, and democracy must be the ultimate decision. It was very impressive, actually. I sensed while you were speaking eloquently, I'm used to making speeches. There was a lot of, well, we could feel that it was very delicate. We were walking on eggshells. We're at 31 hours now. So I look at this as a whole. When we hear victory, accountability, truth, and moreover, ultimately in life, when we know facts, or if we doubt, if we have doubts, if we think there is something fishy, the human reaction is at two levels. The first one, face it, dare face it, or do everything in our power to avoid it. We won't manage it. I salute the work, the time, the energy, the money that has been invested to reach the moment where we're at today. I would like also to clarify what will end up in the blues, that there are some constituents, some citizens who say we have to get on with something else. We have to deal with real matters, and I agree. But let's be clear. There are some people will say, I heard this, I heard that. My secondary residence is in Gatineau-Elmer, and my neighbors tell me, and I salute my neighbors, they tell me, what happened? Can you explain to us? Can you finalize what you started? So I hear these, and we're talking about residents of Quebec. Often I'm told, that there's partisanship here. If someone here has an interest that is not the interest of the power, it's the Bloc Québécois. What we're interested in is what is good for Quebecers that I represent here. Let's be clear. So when I hear it's partisanship, I exclude myself because this is cyclical. We blame one, we blame the other. We're trying to find methods. We're trying to find another way to go about it. It's difficult to follow all that. So So we have to do what is possible here. So I offer you a solution. Considering everything I've said up to now, given all the facts, the obstacles, what we want to hide, I heard very clearly what was said, but I have to go to the end of this process. And I received a proposal and it was carried. So we will have to adopt the amended motion because we live in a democracy. It is 17:24. You'll have 3 minutes, Mr. Chair. So maybe we'll conclude on that now that the sun has set. Thank you so much.
Here as well in Ontario, Madam Goodrow. It is 5:25. Colleagues, I know what, I'll keep my words very short. We will reconvene on Friday at 11 a.m. But I would encourage you to read the procedure book to page 1057 and 1058 and see the challenge that I have. We'll begin the next meeting with some discussion around that before we return back to our motion at hand. So colleagues, enjoy the rest of your evening. We now are adjourned.